Okay, yeah, we are live. We're good to go now.
Good.
All right, welcome in. We should have some people filtering in. Let me go on my phone real quick before I forget and join the TikTok stream.
There you hear it, yeah. And I'm requesting in now.
Rejected.
Oh, I may have figured out how to use word wrap it automatically. Which will be kind of... Oh, let me mute myself. There we go. And let me open up the YouTube stream so then I can
1 second.
see the... Okay. Oh, but your background's black now.
All right, let me request up and get my box going here. Okay, I'm in. We should be ready to rock and roll. We already got a super chat from our friend Amir. Big W, Amir. Appreciate that.
Delightful.
And interesting comment, too. He says, given the Pope's recent illness, I can't help but imagine the behind-the-scenes scramble for succession. If the Holy Spirit's really in charge, you'd think there'd be a clearer signal than secret ballots and backroom politics.
Isn't there like a smoke signal or something that's used?
Yeah, it's pretty old school.
It's like I didn't know that we were. By the way, how's my audio? Is the volume okay?
It's good, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, so your background is just pure black now. You just live in a void.
Yep, I painted it black.
You got sent to the Phantom Zone.
That's it.
That's the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Welcome in,
Get your
Ian.
Yu-Gi-Oh reference right.
No, yeah. I don't know. You know, his opponent drew all 5 pieces of Exodia, and now he's there forever.
You know, in the original Japanese, it was just hell.
That's really funny.
Yeah. They changed it to Shadow Realm for the English dub because it was a kids show.
That's so funny.
All right,
It becomes a lot darker when you realize he's just killing people.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So, okay, this is like Ian lore. I used to be like a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player. Like I'd go to like state tournaments.
Hilarious.
When I was in like middle school. So I love Yu-Gi-Oh. It's great.
You should try Magic the Gathering.
You see, this is what I do with my free time. I feel like if I picked up something else, I don't know. I wouldn't have enough time for this anymore.
Yeah, it does eat up a lot of time, doesn't it?
Yep. But it's worth it. All the cool people that I've learned or gotten to know.
Okay, that's fair. Something community, something.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for your new argument, Ian, that I broke out my Jesus is trans coffee mug this morning.
That's so cool. Wait, so this the name of this book is like it really sets itself up for success, I must say. The title is The Disappearance of Eve and the Gender of Christ. Why
is that by Kevin?
Yeah. I bought the book.
I saw a video about that and
I did too.
like, this seems fascinating.
Yeah. So then the subtitle is why traditional soterial, how do you say that word?
Soteriology.
The study of like heaven. Yeah. Why traditional soteriology requires a trans savior.
I love it. I can't wait.
Amazing.
Yeah. I can summarize the argument, or I've only read like a couple of pages, but the argument seems to be that in like, well, okay, first of all, it really seems like Paul just like set the doctrine up for failure, right? Like at every possible instance, Paul is just there like fucking something up. But in Romans 5, there's like Paul talks about how Adam's sin is absolved of someone of the same type. That is like a man, like it's absolved by a man. But then like Paul just completely excludes Eve. So what Bible scholars or what like church fathers had to wrestle with was like what absolves Eve's sin, like who's the savior for Eve? And some people said Mary, but then there's like dilemmas with that where either you have to say like Mary is like on par with Jesus, she's like savior level with Jesus.
The Catholics do.
Really?
They have they have a title for her. She's referred to in Catholic doctrine as the co-redemptrix.
So they just think that she's like
sounds
on
kinky.
par with Jesus.
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
What then? Why the fuck did we need
I don't
Jesus?
understand this at all.
Because you still have to have children to be saved, according to 1 Timothy chapter 2.
Bruh. But basically, it seems like what the argument is that the most logical explanation for who redeems Eve's sin is to say that Jesus is both man and woman, that he is the savior of both.
Right. I think this checks out too because the Trinity is trans as well. The Holy Spirit, Ruach in Hebrew, is feminine. It's a feminine form. And God, the Father, is a spirit, which theoretically means he's genderless. And also Jesus was, had, we presume, male genitalia. So it seems to be that if you take the Trinity seriously, God is a trans.
Yeah, but what is a woman, Ian? Bet you can't answer that.
An adult human who understands
Checkmate.
herself as being the.
Get wrecked.
Oh wait, are we streaming? Are we gonna stream soon?
Sorry, we are live.
We're live.
Oh, we are. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we're live, buddy.
We're just.
Oh no, that's awesome. That's awesome. That actually works. Golly.
So, guys, if you're watching on TikTok and you're thinking, hey, these idiots need to know that my God is real, there's a link on the screen. It's tinyurl.com/UA guest request up. We can't take guests via TikTok because there are limitations on what we can do with the audio, but we can take guests through the link on the screen, which is why there's a link on the screen. If you're watching on Twitch or Facebook or YouTube, there's a link in the description of the video to request up. It'll be identical to the link that is on the screen.
We're streaming to all the platforms.
That's right. So Blitz, I think you're on Truth Wanted. Is it this upcoming week or what?
That was this past Friday.
Fuck, I missed it again.
That was 2 days ago.
I'm always streaming
Honestly,
on Friday night.
So I mean, of course it was lovely to be there, but there was nothing really contentious at all. People just came on and asked me science questions basically, and then one guy came on and had a near emotional breakdown, which was sad.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But like, yeah, there was no contentious anything. I mean, both Kelly and I, we were both like, yeah, I guess this is fine. I guess we can just talk to people and talk about like cool science or give people advice about working at there was an interesting conversation of should a person take a job at a religious school if it pays well, if it also disagrees with their politics and their religious tradition.
Actually, I know
in this
somebody who is
economy,
doing
to
that.
be honest.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. In this economy, that was my like. I'm like, if you can stomach it, then maybe you can be a sympathetic character for those
Right.
kids that might need you.
We've got a super chat from our friend Anna Brown. Thank you for the super chat, Adam. It says, I have to stop listening to y'all in public. Being rock hard for Doug in the grocery store is a tough time.
You got to stop wearing sweatpants, dude.
Unless you find someone searching for tents in the store, you're in the wrong place to be rock hard. But big W, we appreciate that, guys. Thanks for supporting the channel. I know it's always it takes a couple minutes to get the conversation flowing because all the guests want to join through TikTok, and we have to herd them like cats into the third-party link. But thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting the channel. I see.
So I have more to. I can yap for longer. I would love to. So there's like a psalm as well. I'd love to. Maybe you'll know more about this, Justin. But there's a psalm that talks about like a shepherd, but refers to the shepherd with like feminine pronouns. But the shepherd is supposed to be like equivalent to Christ or like an allegory for Christ. So are you familiar with this?
Yeah, and so there's other passages too in the poetic portions of the Hebrew scriptures that refer to Yahweh as a nursing mother as well. So there's quite a few. Yeah, there's quite a few metaphors of Yahweh as a mother in the Bible and referred to using feminine pronouns.
Damn.
JC from KC just got banned on Darth Dawkins Live for mentioning us.
Oh no.
Oh man.
What can you do?
Robert Canaster, thank you so much for the ice cream. We appreciate the super thanks. I love me some ice cream. We almost are at the cusp of ice cream weather where I'm at.
I don't know how ice cream weather works here. People eat ice cream all the time though here, because there's just like ice cream stands in the city, just kind of around.
Yeah,
But
it's I don't know.
it's still
Spring
chilly.
is lovely. You know, hot take. I like spring.
For sure. I'm
Oh,
with you on that.
that's a very hot take. Very unusual.
very
Nobody
controversial.
likes spring. Whoever would like blossoming flowers and
Yeah.
greenery and warm weather.
Yeah, why? Yeah, what a bold take. What a brave take
Right.
to say that actually I think it's pretty cool that all the trees are blossoming.
I was digging through some of the metrics on YouTube for the best times of year to post and stream and different things. And turns out springtime's the worst time to be online because everyone's got so much cabin fever that when the warm weather finally breaks, they're like, I'm getting the fuck out of this house.
Interesting.
Yeah, it kind of checks out, to be honest.
Yeah.
That makes sense,
I feel
but-
the same way. As soon as the cold weather breaks, I'm like, let's go do something. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
See, having grown up in the Southwest, I just don't have that experience at all. I'm like, I can go outside whenever I want. I just don't want to.
Fair enough.
No, I get it. I don't
You
know.
know, growing up, it's funny. There's a story that my mom likes to tell, which is, you know, she would try to make me go outside and play and get physical activity rather than playing computer games like a dork. And so, you know, she would say, she grew up in Ohio, Justin. She would say, you know, when I was growing up, we only had 3 nice days a year of good weather, and
She's
you
not
have,
wrong.
and or something like that. And so allegedly I said this. I don't actually know if I said this, but allegedly I said, it's not fair. Every day is a nice day in Phoenix. Like, I mean, like, I mean, she's not wrong. It is, except I mean, the summer's horrible, but you know.
Bro, I think Phoenix is like a wild place to choose, right? You know,
I
how would you
mean,
like 110-degree weather?
So we have
Yeah,
we have a
ahead.
really interesting comment from Mike Bowen. Thank you for the super chat, Mike. He says, in reference to the psalm, women might make better shepherds for similar reasons to why they're preferred as morticians.
Oh, because
Get
they
it?
don't try to
Oh,
sleep
Jesus.
with the
Jesus.
yeah, sure.
By the way, Justin, your video is lagging your mouth, and I think it's probably because of the virtual cam.
Yeah, because I'm running 2 virtual cams. Let me see. It is lagging bad. Yeah, I can switch it though. Hold on.
Yeah, it's a dry heat. That's exactly right, Holy Gore.
So that's
Doesn't make it better if you're standing in an oven.
that's what I wanted to find out was whether or not running 2 virtual cams was going to cause it to lag. Let me check my graphics card. I've got the weakest, cheapest graphics card ever. When I built this computer, I didn't buy a new graphics card. I carried over an old one. And I'm curious if in order to do what I need it to do, I'm actually going to have to just put a real graphics card in it.
Oh, we have a super chat from Jim.
Oh, shit. Jim, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. And hi to the Great White North, who says, Ian, if you play MTG, you can play Socrates. I posted a pic in your Discord live chat. What's MTG? Am I too old for this?
It's Magic the Gathering.
Oh.
Let's see this guy.
a card
Whoa, that sure is Socrates. Whoa, why would they spell his name like that? But then
Because Greece, yo.
low-key based. Hold on.
I mean, look, if there's one way to bring... There are now SpongeBob Magic the Gathering cards. They're just trying to bring in as many people as they can. So if like them philosophers get you going, who am I to complain?
They should bring in the Dark Magician into Magic the Gathering.
Honestly, if they did, Yu-Gi-Oh would be dead.
So we've got this is all foreign to me. I'm too old to know anything you guys are talking about, but we've got
Magic the Gathering came out in 1993. You're not too old for it.
shit, you're right.
You're just not dorky
well,
enough.
I think that might be the case. We've got a guest in the guest box. Let's bring in Tenna Marie.
Sounds good to me. Also, with a name like Tenna Marie, I'm betting Catholic.
kind of seems that way. How you doing, Tenna?
Oh,
Tenna, that didn't last very long. Oops. So, Ian,
Sniped.
how did you? How are you feeling about your Jubilee appearance? Oh,
Feeling pretty good.
Tenna's back.
I'm not sure how much I can or can't say, but the person that I went up against didn't do very well. Those were the vibes. The vibes were that he wasn't a good debater. Literally while I
did you
was
just
debating
assume
him,
his gender?
I did, yeah.
NDA violation.
While I was debating him, he was like just kind of mad easy to fold. Like I literally was like feeling this while we were debating. Is like, wow, it's really easy to push this dude around argumentatively. Like he just goes where I take him. That's cool.
Yeah, I've listened to him like do debates and whatnot, and I've never seen him do well in a debate, which is why I think it's weird that they selected him for this position.
I absolutely agree. Yeah. Yep.
All right, Tenna Maria's back.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Give me 1 second. We'll get Tenna pulled in here. Welcome in, Tenna.
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Howdy.
I'm doing good.
Tenna, are you?
What religion do you have? Mm-hmm. What? Why does she keep disappearing?
I
This
don't.
fucking guy.
I have no idea what's happening right now.
Also, your background is doing all sorts of crazy things.
Yeah, I'm looking through Video Ninja to see if there's a way to add a background for myself, and I don't think there is.
There is, but it's super laggy when you do.
Yeah, I don't think there is. Well, it'd be a green screen for now. So Tenna couldn't stick around. I guess the conversation was untenable. Somebody got it. Daniel, thank you
That
for the
was good.
super chat. I appreciate that. It says, I'm going to save you all some money. Don't MTG. Why not?
It's too late. I have a box filled with cards just like 10 meters to my left. 5 meters? I don't know. How big's a meter? Like 3.5 feet?
Yeah. Wait, apparently, people are saying my audio is quiet on TikTok. I don't know if this is true.
Let me turn it up. What about now, guys?
Managing audio. You know, I have so much more respect for audio engineers now. Like, it's such a pain.
It really is.
True. Yeah.
So we've got
sorry,
people
my
requesting to
brain's
come up
fogged.
on TikTok. For people asking on TikTok if you can come up and ask a question, yeah, you can come up and ask a question. There's a link on the screen. We can't take
And
guests
it's
on
not like
TikTok,
it's hard
guys.
to remember. Just type it in. Type it into your browser. It's tinyurl.com/uaguest.
How often do you guys get people coming into your live stream that didn't read the background, and then they get into the conversation, they have no idea what they're there for? I was like, why would you not read the
Maybe.
background before you request up?
15% of the time.
On occasion, I do. Like, I'll ask them, like, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God? And they'll be like, let me think about that.
Yeah, it's so weird. Or they'll be like, well, I didn't come here to debate. I'm like, are you lost right now? That's what you're supposed to be here for.
I don't know. Like, I feel like people have, like, bad connotations with the word debate. To me, like, a debate just means that we're both, like, defending positions and making, like, arguments for our positions. Right? Like, we don't have to be, like, screaming at each other for it to be a debate.
Right.
Although that makes
I
it
don't
more
know.
fun.
If you're here to defend, like, that God exists, it's a debate. It's as simple as that.
Right. We've got another super chat from Jen. Thank you so much for the super chat. Jenny left behind. I don't know exactly what you're telling me, but if you mean you left behind your number, I found it on the bathroom wall. So, big W.
Justin, so rude.
It's a song.
Do you talk to your mother that way?
I would never. My mother would beat me up. She's tough, and I was raised right to never accost a woman.
Didn't they find Noah's Ark or something?
Yeah.
No,
So
they didn't.
that-
Actually, they did like 30 times in different places.
Yeah, that news is making its rounds again, and I never understand where in the world, like, why do they just keep recycling the story from the 80s? Like, nothing new has been discovered since 1980, like 1987 or something. It's weird.
It's this. I mean, look, these things make the rounds just over and over again. Like, it seems like in fact, this is a phenomenon I noticed in the like science reporting, like the crummy science reporting that gets done. So like there'll be something that happens like 5 years ago, and then all of a sudden it'll show up on like Apple News because it showed up on like MSN News or something like that, and Apple News will just populate the feed, and everyone will be like, "Oh my God, NASA discovered a asteroid that's a black hole," and it's like, bro, this is 10-year-old news. That was like, and it was clearly written by AI. Like it was just summarized by AI, and it's nothing. Like why are you? So I feel like the same thing probably happens with like, you know, the Ark or like the coral in the Red Sea or you know, all of that stuff.
Check the crash out in the TikTok comments. It's crazy today. Tanner James shouting at the top of his lungs, "The Euphrates River is drying up. You three will rue the day." I don't know if you bothered to read Revelation chapter 16, but that's the sixth bowl of wrath. There are 5 other bowls of wrath that have to come before the Euphrates River dries up, and none of them ever came true, and you're embarrassing yourself in public. So actually read the text you're claiming to quote from before you do it, and things will go better for you, and then you won't rue the day that you misquote the Bible. Jen did get some clarification, though. It says Lamau, because the caller got raptured. Actually, that makes more sense now. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I think the dude's trolling.
Oh, could be. Could be.
I think you said it like I think you said it like ironically.
Oh, well, listen, Tanner, I apologize
Oh, yeah.
if I misunderstood your comment, but you have to understand Christians talk like that.
Yeah, true. It's indistinguishable. Yeah.
I did and this will be news for everybody. This is breaking news. I might not be doing flat Earth streams anymore because they just don't show up anymore. And the thing is the flat Earthers who do show up are almost all trolls, and they're indistinguishable from real flat Earthers.
Oh, damn.
Like I had a flat Earther on for like 45 minutes on Thursday or Friday or whatever day it was, and at the end of saying stupid things for 45 minutes, she's like, "Oh, by the way, this was just a joke. I just wanted to talk to somebody," and I'm like, "Get
That's
lost."
sad. That's so sad.
It's sad and it's really frustrating, right?
Yeah.
So
I
I
agree
think I'm
with
just
that,
gonna
yeah.
hard pivot to climate denialism and religion. Maybe give it a few weeks. I might come back to flat Earth, but who knows?
Well,
Yeah.
we've got a super chat in from Daniel. Daniel says, "Justin, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?" And I actually don't know where Carmen Sandiego is currently. And I forget the song, or else I'd sing it for you. But I think you're hinting at something. Did I miss a joke here? Did I miss something, guys?
No, well, maybe.
There might be something happening that I missed. It might be a good wordplay that I wasn't quick enough to gather. But we appreciate the support, Daniel. And another one from Mike. Big W Mike says, "The flat earthers fell off the edge." We're hoping for that. We really need that to happen, actually. Now, we've got an abundance of Christians crashing out in the comment section on TikTok right now. So it would be a great time to request up and talk to the trio on the board, but you have to request up using the link on the screen. You can't request up using TikTok, but it's a very easy link to click or to type in. So we look forward to talking to you.
By the way, when you join the link, it'll say join with video or share your screen. When you click join with video, you don't actually have to share your video. You'll have an option to not turn on your video, to just have nothing show up. So click join with video or whatever the not share your screen option is, and you'll be fine. We're not even going to bring you onto the screen until we verify that you're not showing your dick or something on camera anyway. So you're not automatically going to be put on screen in front of a bunch of people in case you're not like ready or whatever. So don't worry about that. You won't be required to have a screen on or a video on or anything like that. You'll be okay. This is a safe space. Except for Christians.
True.
Oh man.
Yeah. Damn. Wow, how I yearn for like some gibberator to come on up here, and tell us about how he believes that the universe exists, and by the universe he means God.
So somebody just said the Son, Ian, the Father, Blitz, and the Holy Spirit, Justin. Actually, I think we have to I think we have to change that a little bit because Justin's the ancient one here, so probably Justin is the Father.
Yeah.
Ian is the Son. I must therefore be the Holy Spirit.
I believe so. Yeah. Plus, the Holy Spirit has the calming effect, and the Father is always the angry
maybe
one.
I'm the Son. Maybe I'm the Son because I'm Jewish.
Oh shit!
Hold on. Yeah. I'll be the Holy Spirit.
Well, the
Yeah,
Holy
you
Spirit
can,
leads
you can
people in
confide
truth.
in me. Hell yeah, let's go.
So does that mean I
um,
get to commit genocide?
I think it does. I think it does.
This is going to be forever enshrined on TikTok, by the way, so just be careful what you say, or on YouTube, so just be careful what you say.
Yeah. I mean, if it's in the Bible, if God can do it.
There was a bit a while ago, I don't know, it was probably like, what's his name? Masterson, the guy who goes around and trolls right-wingers or something like that. Do you know who I'm talking about? I don't remember his first name. Anyway.
I think I do. Ed Bassmaster?
No, Walter Masterson. Yeah,
Okay.
Walter Masterson. I think it was one of his interviews where he was telling someone about the donkey cock or whatever, and somebody was like, "Yeah, we need to ban that book from school," and they're like, "Oh, so you want to ban the Bible?" And we're like, "No, no, never. That was metaphor."
That's so funny.
So
Hold on.
there was a news article recently that apparently the Trump's inner circle are encouraging people to report each other if they sense any amount of anti-Christian bias.
I've heard that too. Who knows if it's true, but I've heard that.
Yeah, I have someone who seems pretty anti-Christian that I'd like to report. He couldn't name a single book of the Bible when asked about it.
Is it Darth Dawkins?
No, it's the big man himself, Donald Trump.
That
Someone
sounds
asked
about
him
right.
like, "What's your favorite book of the Bible?" And he was like, "Oh, I like all
I
of
like
them."
the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have a guest.
All right, let's grab our guest. Also, I've noticed my camera lags even without the double virtual cam, so I don't think that was the issue. I think it's just my video card. So, Young, welcome in.
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear
We
you.
can
all
hear you
right.
just fine.
Young,
Okay, so
are you a believer?
in God, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just wondering what your guys' what makes you guys believe that God isn't real?
Depends on the God.
Yeah, depends on the God.
And it depends on which one of us you're talking to. We all pretty much
Oh,
have
so
different reasons.
do either any of you believe in God?
No.
No, but some
No.
of us, I think, well, we have like different reasons, or our reasons overlap. But damn, Justin, you just got fucking obliterated.
Deleted.
But yeah. So which God do you believe in? What properties does he have?
I would believe in a singular God, or it could also, go into demigods or what you call angels and even demons.
Do you believe in
But
Jesus?
I would
Do you
say
believe Jesus is the Son of God?
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
I think that's kind of a tough thing to agree to.
Sure.
It's almost in a way like blasphemous to God Himself. But when I think
Based
of it,
Judaism?
omnipotent,
Hold on.
omnipresent, unconditional love, unlimited creative power. That's kind of like where I go with that.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Then the problem that I'd have is that it seems like you believe in a God who is all good, all powerful, and all knowing. And then I think that you just run into the problem of evil. That if God's all good, all powerful, and all knowing, then we would expect that we live in a world that doesn't have unnecessary suffering, but there is unnecessary suffering. Therefore, there can't be a God that's all good, all powerful, and all knowing.
Well, when it comes to the unconditional love part of what I believe that God has, I believe that that unconditional love is what allowed us to have the freedom. If we don't have the choice of the duality between good and evil, then we don't have the infinite possibilities in which that gives us. If we all were if we were all made to be good
Well,
and be holy.
we all know the free will argument. That's unrelated to what Ian's talking about. He's talking
Yeah.
about unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, we could say
Okay,
that
so,
like
like-
suffering that comes from free will is like necessary suffering, right? It's necessary that you're able to do horrible moral evils if you have free will, or at least you need like the option to. What doesn't make sense is things like natural disasters. Why God would create an earth that has natural disasters.
Right. Well, I mean, to be fair, I would think it's pretty hard to hold the cosmos together. I think it would be, to be able to do the calculations and hey, I don't know anything about, I don't know much about the universe, but to be able to be floating around in space, okay, we're on a big sphere, or if you guys want to go flat Earth, whatever. But I believe it's a sphere. I believe that we're in space. And where are we in space? We don't know whether we're going up, down, left, right. Space is pretty much infinite or expanding to be infinite. And so natural disasters seems kind of natural. That's why they're called natural disasters.
Yeah, but who made nature?
God.
Cool.
Yeah, so then God's responsible for earthquakes.
Well, I mean, I don't know how he could have made anything perfect if, if
Are
you
you
have
saying
perfection. Then
Are you saying that he's not capable
go
of
ahead.
making a world without earthquakes?
Oh, absolutely not. No, he could if he wanted to.
Oh, okay.
I
So
think this is more of like a.
so then
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So did he have to make the world with earthquakes?
I mean, he clearly did.
Why?
The question is why.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good question, but I think that there's some things that we'll never know.
Well, then how do you know
it's. I guess
Well, if you don't know the answer, how do you know he had to do it?
I
Because-
don't believe he had to do it.
Okay, then it's not necessary.
Yeah. So there can't be a
Well-
God that's all good, all powerful, and all knowing if there's a better world that God could have created but didn't. Because if God's all good, then we would expect him to do the most good thing. But there's a thing that would be better than the thing that he did. He could have made the earth such that there are no earthquakes. By this logic, we would conclude that God can't be all good, all powerful, and all knowing.
And that may be so. And I wouldn't disagree with you guys on that. Maybe, God does have a dark side, or maybe there's more than one. And that would be kind of make a lot of sense, especially with all this, UFO, UAP, and all this alien stuff going on right now. That's all under wraps. I mean, the possibilities are infinite when we don't even understand. We haven't even explored our own Earth, let alone the water and stuff like that. So we don't really know what's going on. Just to be fair. At least that's my opinion.
So
Well, what we do know is that contradictions aren't true, and we know that God's properties entail contradictions. So we know that God can't possibly exist.
And so what's the proof that you guys have that he doesn't exist?
We just gave it to you.
What was it? Because of natural disasters and because of suffering?
Yeah.
That's what you guys are going to
Well,
base your whole logic on.
Look, so the reason why that argument was presented was because you at least seemed like you agreed to the idea that the God that you believe in is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-loving. And so
Right.
if it's true that there is unnecessary suffering, then that means that such a being cannot exist. So maybe you believe in a different God and you were just confused, but it doesn't sound like you were confused earlier when you said, yeah, definitely it's all-knowing, all-loving, and all-powerful. That God
Yeah.
doesn't exist. Maybe there's something else, and then we would have to give a different argument for that something else. But that God, the one that has those three properties, the problem of evil kind of does away with it.
Yeah, no, I could agree with that, and I guess I was mistaken in a way. I mean, I believe that there has to be some form of a hierarchy within the universe. So whether anybody wants to call that God or call it whatever they want, like in the Hindus, they have Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma, and I mean, every culture has these lowercase g gods, and it's been if you go back to ancient culture, and let's go back to the Sumerians, and it's even written in the Bible that there were fallen angels. There were higher beings, celestial beings that came down to earth and tinkered with man.
Yeah.
Well, where did they come from?
Did God create them?
Space. If they existed, it was space.
Possibly. What's that?
Did God create them, or are they
I
pre-existing?
didn't hear the last comment. Oh, I mean, I would imagine they were pre-exist. You know, who knows what's going on in the other planets as well? You know, like
shit.
just because we live on top of our planet doesn't mean that other planets are subterranean. You know, and that there's probably beings living even as close as our moon.
So you're polytheistic then?
But what I'm trying to say,
And you think there are
would
aliens on
say-
the moon?
inside the moon, definitely.
Definitely.
Inside?
I think it's
Holy shit!
Definitely.
All right, keep going. I'm listening.
inside the moon. Okay, well, I mean, these are all theories. So, you know, obviously I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm the new Socrates or Plato or anything like that. I was listening to you guys for a while, and I was really interested because you guys seem pretty open-minded, and I'm an open-minded guy too. So I figured, why not have a little talk with somebody who believes and guys who don't believe, because maybe we could get to the bottom of this and all of us learn something from each other.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for open-mindedness. Don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out.
Right.
It's goofy,
I understand.
but like, you know, it sounds like you're real close to that.
Yeah.
Aliens living inside the moon, ancient Anunnaki people from Sumeria, like, I don't know, man.
Well,
It seems like that there's a lot of stuff here that there's just no reason to believe is true.
Yeah. I don't know why I would ever believe any of that.
Well, there's a lot of people, at least when it comes to like the whistleblower situation. And, you know, have you guys heard about like Project Stargate? Are any of you guys familiar with that?
Wait, is that the do you think that they're gonna use that they're like manufacturing UFOs in order to bring about like the downfall of religion, or they're like making like a fake rapture? Is that the conspiracy?
No, like, so Project Stargate uses psionics. They use psychics who
Oh, this is the
basically
Stargate
actually.
thing.
I do know. Yeah, these people
Yeah.
were terrible at their job. I've literally seen the drawings in museums that these people made. They were dog shit at their job. They did so bad.
What does this have to do with aliens living in the moon?
Well, a lot of them say that that's what's going on there. That there's a Nordic
The
being.
psychics
There's Nordic
who were bad
beings.
at their jobs?
Well, I mean, who's to say? I mean, I'm just going off of things that I've heard. I don't have the I don't have the proof. But
So
you
why do
know,
you
to
believe
me,
them,
when
then?
something, well, because when something resonates as truth, I would say that I believe it as truth. So, do
That's
you
a
guys
good
think
way
that
to
we're the
end
only?
up with false beliefs, right? Like just
Well,
believing
do you-
something
so
if it
do you-
sounds good isn't a good way to come to true beliefs.
No. You have to have self-reflection. You have
No, you have to have evidence.
inner flex.
That's just like the epistemology that you're proposing. This idea that like it sounds good and then you think about it and it still sounds good. That's a terrible epistemology.
So, do you think that we're the only beings in this whole entire solar system?
In the solar system, potentially.
What do you think a being
So
is?
we have all these. A being?
I would
Well,
say
it's something that has consciousness.
okay. Yeah, I think we all agree we're the only
Yeah,
conscious beings. Yeah,
Yeah, that's probably true in the solar system.
but is it possible that there's like somewhere in the solar system there's like bacteria? Probably, maybe. We'll see.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that there would have to be water on other planets as well. I mean, everything's just elements, you know. And to me, if you look at the human being itself, we're just the fabric of the universe, of what we're made of: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. That's what we're made of. Are we not?
It does seem
We are
that
made of
way.
those things, absolutely.
Right, and that has to do with the influence of the planets. Now, another thing is that just because we, as our beings, as human beings, can't survive on other planets, well, what is there to say that other beings
The moon's not
constructed
hollow.
a different way?
So
How do you know the moon? Did you go there?
well, we can
Have you
time
been to the moon?
seismic.
Well-
we
well-
can time.
well-
They're called lunar quakes. We can time those and figure out what the interior of the moon
Yeah.
is made out of.
So
Have you seen other- Well,
hold on,
I'm sorry,
young. You're being streamed to multiple platforms. You can't smoke on screen, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even know I was visible.
No, yeah, you're visible, but there's terms of service for some of these platforms, and they include not smoking on screen. But sorry about that.
Yeah. No, you're good. I'm sorry.
That's all I needed
I
to
didn't know
say.
I
Go
was
ahead.
visible. Okay. Now I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, moon's not hollow. Turns out.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I could argue that. So do you think that, okay, it's same with, if you go, I follow a lot of, or at least study a lot of ancient civilization stuff. So Central American, and also Egyptian, the Greeks, and the Sumerians. And all of them say that there's subterranean, basically cities, even within Earth.
And you believe that?
So, absolutely.
Have you ever seen one?
Why would there are some? If
No. Have you seen
if you
one?
Google,
Have you been to one?
I haven't seen them.
Okay, so
No, but I know that they exist.
no, you don't. So I'm going to give you the same level of evidence that you required of us. You said that we can't know that the moon isn't hollow because we've not been there, right? So, given the same standard of proof,
Well, neither have I.
right, the same standard of proof that you're requiring us to have, you don't have either. So I would say be careful with making definitive claims.
Also, keep in mind that ancient people believed a lot of dumb shit. Like, they were humans, but they were significantly less informed than we are today because we have more information now. Like, for example, I think it was Aristotle who thought that things fall to the ground because that's where they want to be. Like, no, that's not why. It's because gravity is a thing. There were a lot of like dumb beliefs. People thought that people got sick because of bad smells. That's not why. It's because of bacteria and viruses. Like, look, just because ancient peoples believed that there were underground cities, which, who knows if that's even true? Who knows if it's true that they believe that? That doesn't mean it's true.
Right. Well, I don't know. You guys definitely have some good points here. I'm not a know-it-all. I just go, I'm one of those kind of conspiracy theory kind of guys, but I've also studied a lot of different things as well. I'm not like an uneducated guy. And so when it comes to something like a theory or whatever, I don't just... Sure.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Ancient Aliens?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Anyway, continue.
Oh, well, what about it?
I was just asking if you had seen it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like that show. It's a good show. What about you guys?
Okay.
Do you like it?
I think it's great fiction.
No, I don't like it.
It's great. You don't like it?
Bad. I think it's bad fiction, actually.
I don't know. I think
Bad
it's good
fiction.
science fiction.
I don't know. I think like isn't the premise of a lot of episodes literally like, this culture couldn't have possibly built this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me posit a far more likely explanation.
It's an aliens of the gap argument.
Well, what would be... What would your guys' opinion be if we could go to this area of the pyramids and stuff like that? Who do you think was responsible? Humans?
Well, there was a guy named Merer who was a human and left behind a journal. He was one of the builders of the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it that we can't build a pyramid?
Obviously,
today?
we can. The Bass Pro Shop in Kansas City, I want to say, is like the size of one of the Great Pyramids. And it's just a Bass Pro Shop.
But is it a pyramid?
It's a pyramid, yeah.
Oh, I never heard of that.
We can build them. Yeah, like the Burj Khalifa is way more impressive than the Pyramid of Giza. We can build it. It's just not. We just don't want to stack a million tons of rock for no reason. There's just not a good reason to do it.
Hey, well, we're probably gonna move on to the next one though. We've drifted off the God topic.
That's a good point. Of course. Thanks for being here.
All right. Cheers, Young.
All right. Bye bye.
We got 2 super chats we'll grab here real quick before we get our next guest. Marduk, good to see you this morning. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Ian, can I say based if I'm over the age of 40?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Sounds
Everyone
based.
can say based. Based?
But no one can say it as good as you.
You have to ask it like a question.
Right.
Based? Yeah. If you dabble in Bayesian epistemology, you can say based.
Absolutely.
Mike Bone with another super chat says a fully vibes-based epistemology. Incredible. That's what I heard, right? The whole theory
Yeah.
was vibes, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I love that.
He was nice.
I mean,
though.
look, like as long as it's consistent, right? I do have to shout out Robert for the $2 on Cash App. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I
big
also
W.
do. Robert, thank you so much for the $2 on Cash App. Big W, Robert.
A trinity of W's for Robert, because I too, Robert Canaster, received a $2 on Cash App. Big W.
Well, would you look at that? Anyway, we should bring up Confused.
Welcome in, Confused. Confused? Can you hear us? Are you confused?
Hey, it's me.
There you are. Welcome in.
Howdy,
How you
howdy.
doing, Confused?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking.
Doing all right. What do you believe?
Listen, I can't hear you really well. Is that something with the web or?
When you
Just
say you
my
can't,
phone
is
in
it
general?
like we're quiet or like how?
Yeah, you're like muffled.
That's probably a you problem.
Yeah, I think that's your technology, my friend. I think your connection's bad because we can hear it breaking up when you talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's cloudy.
Oh, yeah.
I
Well,
apologize.
yeah, if you're on 5G or if you're on satellite internet, it's going to be a little bit choppy when the weather's bad sometimes.
My understanding was that 5G was sufficiently short range that the weather shouldn't affect it.
I don't know. They say that kind of stuff. I've got my doubts, but you're right. It's not going to be as affected by the weather.
Wait, do we need to move on to that? If the audio quality is bad, do we need to move on to the next one?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
we
so.
probably should.
Confused. Thanks
Sorry
for
about
coming
that,
up. But
Confused.
get yourself some better connection. Come on through again.
Yep.
All right, we're gonna get the next in line, which appears to be Ronnie. Welcome in, Ronnie. How you doing? And it's even worse. All right. Well, that's
That
not gonna work
is
out.
Incredible.
That's the worst connection I've heard in a long time.
You can hear like one syllable being screamed into the abyss.
Well, we've got Ginger Giraffe with us. How you doing, Ginger?
I'm doing great. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing?
All right. Doing great. I did want to say I'm disappointed that doing this on my phone means that I can't count as a viewer because I can't keep the stream open. So
That's
is
okay. We got plenty
unfortunate.
of viewers. I think.
I think we'll be
don't know
okay
how many,
there.
but I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
We appreciate your concern though.
We really do.
Hey, I just always want to contribute, you know?
Yeah.
Much
What
appreciated.
religion are you?
I would say the closest descriptor to my belief system would probably be agnostic.
Sure.
Okay. But then
But
why'd
I-
you want to come up and
So I was
Talk to
curious
us.
with some of the arguments that you guys were making around, whether or not God was all good and necessary suffering versus unnecessary suffering and
Sure.
those types of things. So I kind of wanted to dive into that a little bit.
Sure, go for it.
Well, first I want to open up by saying that I wouldn't necessarily say God isn't real or is real. I don't
Yep.
really have any proof for that. What
No,
I
we
would
understand.
say is that based on what I've seen, I don't think any of the books that humans have written are correct.
I agree.
It doesn't make sense to me evidentiary or from the perspective of like, if God is real and all knowing, how would humans with limited understanding even be able to comprehend that message and write it down? So it just doesn't make sense logically.
I don't know about
I don't know
that,
if
right?
that-
Like, if God's all knowing, then presumably he would have the capabilities of knowing the perfect way to put the book such that humans actually do understand it.
You think so?
Yeah, of course, right? Like, that's just an entailment of being all knowing and all powerful. Like, if he's all knowing, he knows exactly what the book should say. And then if he's all powerful, he has the power to make it that way.
But that's presuming that it's possible for us to understand it, right? If we're limited, I mean, what if it's impossible for us to understand it regardless of how he puts it? Like us talking to an ant, for example. Like, sure, we're way smarter than an ant, but there's literally no way we can explain something to an ant.
bet?
Maybe, but humans have the capability of understanding things. We have the capability of understanding like a vast range of things. Even if God's all knowing, then he knows how to put, I mean, just like a basic message at least, like a message that we would be able to understand. He doesn't need to reveal like everything to us. Certainly there's like a limit to our cognitive abilities, but at the same time, I mean, if God wanted to make his existence known for some important reason, then he could easily do so.
Okay, I can concede that point. Let's talk about the evil versus good argument. So
Yep.
I don't necessarily feel like evil things or natural disasters or unnecessary suffering, I don't think that has to exist for free will. But what I will say is that, if there is some sort of afterlife or something more than our, standard life expectancy here, wouldn't the amount of suffering we experience in our lifetime be negligible compared to some sort of, infinite afterlife? And additionally, wouldn't all of the good things that we could experience sort of be not as good if there wasn't something to compare it to?
Yeah, that would. Oh no, I don't think that that's the case at all. So there's a couple of problems here. I agree. If heaven exists, all the suffering we experience on earth is negligible. But your enjoyment of heaven, to me, doesn't seem to be relevant on the types of evils that you experience. We could have it that the evils that you experience throughout your life are like people calling you like mean names, and then you could compare heaven to that. I mean, God could give you like a bunch of false memories of suffering, but in fact make everyone in heaven from the very beginning. And then we would all just like live in heaven, but we could compare the goodness of heaven to the false memories that we have. And that would be a world that's better, right? Because everyone just starts in heaven. No one actually has to experience these things, only like the memories of having them.
I mean, that's actually a great option. And might I add, there's no way to prove that that's not actually what's going on here.
We're not in heaven.
Well, how do you know that? We could be in a false memory.
Oh, because I'm experiencing the now, right? Like I'm not right now, right this moment. I am not a memory. I'm real.
What if you're
I'm like
asleep?
really
What if you're
experiencing.
That's what a
asleep in heaven?
memory would say.
What if it's a dream?
It could be a dream, but then we collapse into global skepticism, and I just don't think that that's interesting. Like I have ways of getting out of global skepticism if you're interested. I think that seemings, so all of the beliefs that could possibly be candidates for being justified beliefs, all of the justifications are based on the way things seem. That's literally how our brain forms beliefs, is that it generates seemings and then attempts to incorporate those seemings into our belief systems. And then if there's like an incompatibility, it'll raise like some flag of like, hey, reevaluate this. And then the reevaluation will produce new seemings. So all of our beliefs which are justified are going to be based on our seemings. So that means that if it seems like reality exists and we don't have a reason to think that it doesn't, then we are at the minimum justified, a little bit justified in believing that reality actually exists.
I agree.
Yep. So that's the justification for thinking that we don't live in a dream.
Fair enough. But back to trying to stay on topic here, back to the evil and good stuff. Another thing to consider, right, when we're talking about unnecessary suffering and whether or not we're, experiencing evil that's created by a God that, people say should be all good, but by evidence would not be. I mean, who's to say that with our limited cognitive understanding that the moral system that some type of deity or God would operate under would necessarily be similar to ours? Their thinking process might be a bit more complex than ours, maybe less emotional, for example. I feel like a lot of our morals are based on emotion, empathy. Like when you see somebody else hurt, a normal non-psychotic person should feel empathetic for an injured person. But maybe a deity has a different way of thinking, right? Maybe their emotions are less intertwined with their morals, right? Who's to say that the evil we're experiencing on a grand scale is necessarily evil?
Well, so I think that just leads to a number of problems. But right at that point, if God is justified in allowing, like, let's say you stumble into like a dark alleyway and somebody's getting raped in that dark alleyway, obviously the good moral thing to do is to stop that. But if the true morality is just radically out of line with our intuitions, then we actually can no longer say that it's like good to stop an event like that. If God just has like a morality that's like infinitely higher and like infinitely different than ours, like if God is justified in not stopping it, then it seems like we would be justified in believing that we're also justified in not stopping it. I mean, if there's like some higher God would only allow it if there's like some higher good that comes out of it. So presumably us allowing it also produces this higher good.
I mean, but I disagree with that, because if God has a different way of thinking and is so vastly different from us, I don't think we could use his inaction or action as a justification for our own. That would be similar to saying like, oh, we see monkeys breaking each other's arms and slamming each other around when they're mad, so we should be allowed to do that, which isn't necessarily the case.
So it actually is like, so it's like it's going to be an equivalent thing, right? Like, insofar as it would be good for us to stop these events, it's also going to be good for God to stop these events. Insofar as it's bad for a monkey to be snapping another monkey's arm, it's also going to be bad for us to do that, right? I feel like the analogy is actually like evidence that we would expect God to stop these things.
I mean, I agree with that. Here's the question though, right? What if, a lot of Christians and other religions talk about God testing people and stuff. What if you walking into that alleyway and witnessing that event, what if that's in some sort of way a test, right? Like you said, the moral thing to do would be to stop it. What if that's the experience that you're meant to have in this lifetime, was witnessing an evil like that and deciding to operate based on a good moral foundation and interfere in that, right? If God stopped it, you wouldn't have to, have that thought process or that tangling in your mind between self-preservation and helping another person. You wouldn't have to have that experience if God just stopped that from happening, right? So maybe the experience itself.
But you wouldn't need any of that if it wasn't happening in the first place.
But what I'm saying is, do you not see any benefit in somebody deciding to take a heroic action and stop that? I mean, I agree.
So I don't think it's like a good that outweighs the bad, right? Like I don't think that the fact that sometimes grape and grapists get stopped justifies the existence of grape, that it's like an outweighing moral good, stopping grapists that outweighs like the horrific evil of grape. I just don't think that it does that. I also am skeptical of the test theodicy, because if God's all knowing, then presumably he already knows what we're going to do. So he could just create all of the people who would pass the test in heaven from the beginning, and then not create all the people who would fail the test.
I don't think, if there is a God, I don't think that God is all knowing in the sense of understanding all of time and all of existence. And maybe that's just my own personal belief. I have no actual evidentiary reason to think that a God would be bound by our sense of time, but it would answer some, or I guess it would provide a little bit of explanation to some issues with, God's morals versus our morals, if God was not aware of what's going to happen in the future. It is possible that if there is a deity, that he's also bound by, the same amount of, or the same flow of time that we are. Like,
yeah, I feel like
he
this
is all-knowing.
disproves God. So the problem is that you need to say that God exists outside of time. Otherwise, that means that God would have existed in time, which means that God didn't create time because he existed within it. If God didn't create time, and time is a field, and the universe is a field-bearing manifold, that means that God couldn't have possibly created the universe, because the field-bearing manifold that is the universe would have already existed, because time would have already existed. So an entity that created the universe just wouldn't exist.
I don't know if we can say that. We don't understand the nature of what existed before time. We don't. I mean, it's possible that God
is a question that makes sense, right? Like, like think about the words you said. What does before time mean?
That's what I'm saying, right? Like we don't understand the existence.
That's like saying we don't understand what's north of the North Pole. Like, no, we do understand that that sentence doesn't have meaning.
We do know the answer to the question. It's obviously Santa Claus.
Well, I guess what I'm
You got me
getting at
there.
is like, we can say that, you know, there is a beginning of time when the universe was created. But I guess what I'm saying is, obviously the word before doesn't really work in this context. Like, I get what you're saying, but for lack of a better way to explain it in our limited understanding, right? Before the Big Bang, before the universe was created, we don't know if there's other universes. We don't know if it's a multiverse. We don't know if string theory is correct. There's a lot of different theories. It could be, you know, a continuous universe that expands and contracts. We're not entirely sure on how things worked before, and I know before is a bad word because it implies the existence of time, but just for sake of argument, we don't, I guess a better word would be beyond, right? Anything beyond the scope of time, we don't really know, right? And it's possible that God existed before that, and that, or God existed at a point where there was no time, and that the universe was created, and he did create time, but is still bound within it, right?
Well, maybe we should talk about time a little bit. Ian, you want to give him the time syllogism?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Would you agree that creation, the act of creation, requires a progression of existence?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, so before God, do you think God created time?
If there is a God and he did create the universe, I would say yes.
Yeah, so before God created time, did time exist?
That's not something I could speak to. I would say, based on the logic of the question, no. But again, to my previous statement, we don't understand the full nature of the universe and or universes. It could be a cyclic universe, so he could be creating and destroying time on a, you know, cyclic cycle. We don't know. But I would
Sure.
say
If the
no.
universe is cyclic, then I would think that time in some sense always existed.
True, yeah, wait, that's a good point. Then at that
That's
point,
a
the
big-
universe would always exist, unless there's like a first element in the cycle, in which case, if there's a first element, then we could just be talking about that one.
True.
Like, would time exist before God created time for the first time?
No.
Yeah. Would time exist after God created time for the first time?
Yes.
So then during the act of creation, creating time for the first time, there was a progression of existence from time not existing to time existing.
Yeah, I could say that, yeah.
Yeah. So would you agree that time is the progression of existence?
I'm still not sure what you mean by the progression of existence. I'm not sure what you mean by
Just
that
that
part.
it's so existence happens in like an order. There's like an order of events. And we progress through this order of events. We go from event 1 to event 2 to event 3, so on and so forth.
Yeah, causality.
Not, I mean, kind of, but specifically time. That there's a time. What time is just existence progressing to a new state of existence.
Okay, then yeah. I agree.
Yeah. So if creation required the progression of existence, and the progression of existence is time, then creation requires time, which means that if creation requires time, then time itself cannot be created, because the necessary precondition to creation is time existing. So if time doesn't exist because it wasn't created, then you can't create, because again, time's existence is the necessary precondition for creation.
I mean, yes, but that's not really a foolproof, you know, logic.
I think it
I mean,
is.
you could say that a God that exists outside of the universe and outside of time, you know, has his own time bubble around him that he's created, and by being in that is able to, you know, progress the creation along like you suggested.
But that's time. The progression of existence is time. So even if he's in his own separate time bubble, it's still going to require the progression of existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's still going to require time.
It might be too early. I might need another cup of coffee. I'm not quite sure I understand where the hole is with what I'm saying.
Just that even in the scenario that you've said, there's still time. Like, right, it's still going to require time. If
Are you
there's
talking about time to
so
create his own
time,
time bubble? Is that where it's progressed to?
so not even to like create his own time bubble, but certainly, I mean, if he created his own time bubble, then yeah, time would need to exist. If God does an act of creation, then the act of creation requires a progression of existence. The progression of existence is time. So if God does the act of creation, then the act of creation is going to require time. So time can't be created. Time is a precondition to creation.
See, I agree with this based on the understanding of the world and the universe that I have. I agree with you, but I think it's important to note the caveat that a lot of these statements and a lot of this logic is based on our understanding of time and the universe and causality and just the way things work. But being outside of the universe, being a deity, being before the universe is created, I feel like there's a huge lack of understanding. We have absolutely no idea what that existence would be like, or what would exist before time. I know before is a bad word in that example, but I feel like there's just a lot that we don't know to be able to speak on that definitively.
I just think that all the solutions that you're gesturing at require us to like basically just reject like everything we know. Like at that point, the only way that God could exist is if we're like wrong about everything.
Not necessarily. What I'm suggesting is that skepticism is good, and that allowing those gaps to exist and then seeking information to fill those gaps, whether it's God or a scientific explanation, I feel like that's a good thing. Is what I'm getting.
I just don't, insofar as like you're literally, so time is widely recognized as the progression of existence. So what you're essentially saying is that time would not be the progression of existence. That's the way you're trying to get out of the syllogism, at least from my perspective. And at that point, I just don't even know what we mean by time, right? Like time to me doesn't mean anything if it doesn't mean the progression of existence.
I mean, I agree that in our universe, time is the progression of existence. But for example, say there's a God outside of the universe. What if instantaneous action is possible, by a deity outside of time?
It would still be a progression of existence, right? It would progress from like a prior where the action hasn't been taken to an after where the action has.
But if it's instantaneous, wouldn't those both be the exact same moment? If there's no time and it's an instantaneous action?
It's not even sensible to talk about something being instantaneous if time doesn't exist.
Because it's also a contradiction, because you're saying it existed and didn't exist at the same moment, which is a contradiction. It's just logically implausible.
There are no moments. There are no moments yet.
Yeah, it's a tough subject because like pre-time or universes where time doesn't exist, like these types of topics are very beyond our understanding at this point. So it's a tough thing to speak to without running into a lot of like weird paradoxes and stuff.
Right.
Well, yeah, I just think that I don't know. Like I'm gonna fall back on like if time means anything, then it means the progression of existence. If it doesn't mean that, I don't even know what we mean when we say God created time. Like I just don't know what that word means anymore.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but so are you saying that? Let me just make sure I understand. So are you saying that going from a state of no time to a state where God has created time, that those two things being separate itself implies that there would have to have been time already, right?
That is exactly the argument.
Nailed it.
So, I mean, I agree with that, but that's applying, an understanding from within our universe to something that's beyond our universe. I feel like it's...
Do we have another understanding?
Really
is there any other...
Not at this moment, no.
Is there... Okay, so all we can appeal to is what we can actually use for understanding. We can't appeal to ways of understanding that we have no access to.
I completely agree with you. I guess the point I'm getting at with this specific argument is like our understanding in the universe, applying that to things and testing it, getting a hypothesis and performing experiments, that's fantastic. But I feel like it's dangerous to take that and then apply it to something fundamentally different without a way to test it.
But how would you know that the fundamentally different thing exists? right? You're saying the thing exists and it's just beyond our grasp. But how do you know that the thing exists if it's beyond our grasp? We could just say if it's beyond our grasp, then we have no way. We have no way of claiming that it exists. I could easily just say that there's a magic unicorn that's like floating around in the Andromeda galaxy, and we just don't have the means to detect it.
No, I completely agree, but I guess that's what I'm getting at, right? Is like if there's a God outside of time or outside of the universe or is responsible for the creation of the universe, whatever you want to apply to that, creator, we can't necessarily speak to the nature of what that existence is like or what it's like outside of our universe or before the universe existed. Those are things we can't really speak to yet.
Is it possible that somewhere in the universe there's a school for wizards?
Obviously, it's in England.
I would say yes, but we have no evidence to suggest the possibility of that.
There you go. So this is kind of the crux of the argument, right? If you're just saying, well, anything is possible because we have limited access to everything, right? Then that means literally anything is possible. So the question becomes not what is possible. The question is what is likely to be true and what has grounds with enough evidence that we should believe in it. And if you're saying that Harry Potter existing has equally as much grounds of existing as God, then I would say maybe we shouldn't believe in it.
I wouldn't say Harry Potter has as much a chance of existing, but you said in this universe, is there a school for wizards? I mean, that I can't necessarily speak to, right? But an interesting point here is if we look at quantum mechanics, right? And
hold on. You don't want to go there. This is about to be
Dr. Blitz's 9/11.
Right. So I was make sure
like 1,000 9/11s.
Yeah, before you pivot to the topic that Dr. Blitz loves the most, my suggestion is that you're saying because there's things we don't have access to, we can just plug things into that gap, and you're plugging God into the gap. But I can just plug Harry Potter into the gap. What stops me from doing that? Why is God more plausible than Harry Potter?
Well, because we have no evidence for magic.
We have no evidence for God.
Our very existence could be evidence for a creator.
It's not. It's evidence of Harry Potter.
But we have no evidence of Harry Potter.
We have
None of the characters are real. We've never seen magic.
I just told you we're the evidence. We're the evidence of Harry Potter.
We're the evidence of Harry Potter?
Yeah.
I don't get how that works.
Well, I don't get how we're the evidence of God either. You haven't explained that.
Yeah,
I didn't say we were. I said we could be.
Well, we could
existence could be evidence of a creator.
Well, our existence could be the evidence of Harry Potter.
But what in the stories of Harry Potter ties its existence to our existence?
See how you're incapable of applying the same standard of logic and skepticism to Harry Potter? If you would apply the same level of skepticism to Harry Potter to God, you would understand that they're roughly synonymous in this analogy. So again, we have no evidence for God. We've never seen a God. There's no evidence pointing to God. So we wouldn't attribute anything to the God, just like you would say of Harry Potter.
But I think they're fundamentally different, right? Like the story of God is that God created, our universe or whatever. So the universe existing could possibly be evidence of that story being true.
The stories are relevant.
But there's nothing in Harry Potter that ties Harry Potter to our existence.
Yes,
of course there is. You're just not interpreting it properly.
Yeah. You have scales over your eyes.
The first book is a metaphor for the beginning of the universe. The Philosopher's Stone is the Big Bang. Quirrell is the primordial soup through which life arose. It's a metaphor, and you have to interpret it properly.
Obviously.
I mean, fair enough. I guess both are plausible explanations based on what you were saying.
No, they're not both plausible. That's the point. They're both equally implausible.
Yes, that's the conclusion you're supposed to get here. Not that Harry Potter is plausible. Although, if he is plausible, I can only assume that you're being attacked by a Dementor.
Possibly, but back onto the topic I was trying to transition to. You said that.
To be clear, Justin saved you from this topic. I don't think that you should go there, but if you want to, by all means.
I was trying to remember what it was. We were talking about. No, but right before that, we were talking about. It was something to do with evidence. Oh man.
It's the quantum woo theory that you had.
Well, no, I was going to say, if you look at quantum mechanics, maybe I'll remember what I was trying to tie it into. If you look at quantum mechanics, you could say that there is a non-zero possibility of every molecule in my body teleporting to the moon. But we've literally never seen that happen on that large of a scale. Quantum tunnel, teleport, whatever you want to call it.
I don't think that's what teleporting means in quantum physics.
If you, the viewer, all of you watching this right now, if you have any theories about quantum mechanics, any quantum mechanics thoughts, email drblitz@gmail.com.
I fully welcome
I
Dr.
hate you
Blitz
so
to
much.
correct me on this. I fully welcome him to correct me on any misunderstanding here. I am not a quantum physicist, right? I am just somebody that likes to educate myself on many different topics. So my understanding is limited, and I do admit to that fully up front. But am I incorrect in stating that quantum tunneling allows for particles to end up in a different position than they should be based on the collapse of the quantum wave function?
Well, collapse of the quantum wave function hasn't been empirically demonstrated, but it is true that quantum tunneling is a real thing. I don't know if we would call that, teleportation, but that is a real thing, and it's actually demonstrated empirically. Like, we see this happen. In fact, this is how scanning tunneling electron microscopes work. They have tunneling in the name. So this is not like something that, we don't have evidence that it exists, but the theory predicts it. No, we have. This is a real thing that really happens.
Okay, so the follow-up question, it's been stated that it can happen on a large scale. Do you believe that, or do you think that that is something that we don't have evidence for?
That's what the model predicts, and the model is accurate at all scales in which it's been tested. So we have good reason to think that we can extrapolate to wherever we want.
All right, I was hoping that I would remember what I was going to tie this into, but I totally forgot because we did go off topic. But I guess the point I was getting to, I do remember that it was that large-scale quantum tunneling, we don't have evidence other than looking at it on a small scale. So why would we say that it's possible for all of my molecules to teleport to the moon or quantum tunnel to the moon, even though
Call me crazy,
we've never
but
seen that?
I don't think that's what tunneling means. I thought tunneling was when it passes through like an impenetrable or
Yeah, it passes through a
supposedly
barrier.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
so it wouldn't be
teleportation.
quantum tunneling, but there is a in principle, your quantum wave function. If we take quantum mechanics seriously at a macroscopic scale, it is true that your quantum wave function does extend out to the moon with the probability of measuring you there as 1 in a trillion with a trillion trillions.
Yes.
But that's all that is an extrapolation of the current model. Nobody's saying that would ever really happen.
But wouldn't you agree it's a limited understanding since we have not seen that happen?
Nobody's saying it would really happen.
The math says that it could happen.
Sure. But that's the model. That's what the model says. Nobody's saying it would actually happen.
Yeah, I don't want to waste your guys' time with this particular topic because I feel like it's a little bit off topic, especially since I can't remember what I was tying it into. So are there any other questions that you guys were curious about in terms of...
No, we'll probably move on to the next guest, but we appreciate you coming on up here. It was an interesting conversation.
Fair enough. Can I wrap up the good and evil thing real quick before I go?
Sure, I guess.
So I wish there wasn't, the unnecessary evils like natural disasters and the scenario in the alley. I do wish we lived in a world where those things don't exist, but unfortunately we do. So I try to remain skeptical and not rule out the existence of a creator, even though based on all the evidence, I agree with you guys that God can't necessarily be all good, but at the same time, I try to humble myself based on, my limited understanding. But I agree with your guys' points. I just wanted to sort of wrap that up and say that, you guys do make a lot of cogent points on, whether or not God would be all good or whether or not, these things should happen or shouldn't. But I wanted to sort of bring a skeptic's view to the situation because I think it's important for the scientific method.
Wait, you're a skeptic?
Yes.
Interesting.
I'm skeptical of everything.
I disagree.
Yeah, I don't think we would agree with your definition of skeptic, but thanks for coming and having a chat with us.
All right. Well, have a great day, guys.
Cheers.
Know you.
Did you just say no you?
Yeah, know you.
All right, let me grab the super chats, guys, and we'll get our next guest in here. Thank you so much for being here and liking and sharing and tapping the screen and supporting the channel. Daniel says, what are y'all's thoughts on humans as a swarm mind?
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
I think they mean hive mind.
No.
It's like a matrix version of the collective consciousness. And to be sure, none of us believe in the collective consciousness, unless I'm wrong about you guys.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's something interesting to be said that humans in large groups do behave. There are like new emergent properties. Like you can actually,
Sure.
this is one of my favorite things that you can do. You can actually describe crowd dynamics with fluid mechanics. You can use the Navier-Stokes equation to describe how crowds behave. But I wouldn't say that that's like, there's like some consciousness or some awareness or anything of like large groups of humans.
Yeah, I agree
Yep.
with that. And Daniel, again, thank you so much for the super chat. Daniel says, magic is real. You just need to know which thread in the universe to flick. Like music, it's unseen, but it moves the world in ways we can't explain. And listen, we love that for you, but certainly you have to understand how crazy that sounds to us.
Magic is real, and it was invented by Richard Garfield in 1993. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, Daniel.
I'm old enough to see David Blaine do street magic. I know it's real. And Basilicus, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, God can't be both omniscient and omnipotent. If God is all powerful, then he can win the game. But knowing all things means that he knows of the game and thus lost it. All you have now
Brutal.
lost the game.
Oh,
That's brutal. Hold on.
that's the well, wait a minute. Is that just like a paradox of the like this sentence is false kind of paradox?
So okay, wait. There's like specifically, it kind of reminds me of like the divine liar. So take the proposition, God does not know this proposition. If God knows it, then God knows a false thing, and if God doesn't know it, then it's a true thing that God doesn't know.
Yeah.
Debunked. Omniscience debunked.
Boom.
Yeah, most theists would say that that's not propositional. I think it like pretty obviously is, but whatever.
Speaking of which, omniscience is an interesting Magic the Gathering card. Just saying.
Oh, shit.
This live is sponsored by Wizards of the Coast, of course.
You're deep in it, aren't
That's pretty
you?
good reasoning. Speaking of reasoning, reasoning's a pretty good Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Speaking of Pot of Greed,
Yeah,
best
thank you,
Yu-Gi-Oh card.
gifters. Thank you, gifters, for supporting our Pot of Greed. Speaking of Pot of Greed,
Welcome in, Aiden. How you doing?
Oh, hi.
Aiden, are you a believer?
I am.
All right, and which God do you believe in?
in what?
I believe in a. That's hard. It's the word God. So if we use the word God, we would say like something that is omnipotent, right? Like outside space time, the creator. That's the God I believe in.
I feel like we're getting deja vu. What's the
Really?
best argument or evidence for that God existing?
I think it's that there is a self and there's something that creates the self or the sense of self.
Sure. And where did you get
the
to
brain?
Yeah.
Because like there's some animals that don't have a sense of self, right? Like the cricket doesn't have like a sense of self. So it seems like the thing that makes the sense of self is the brain.
Well, the brain is, I would say, an antenna or a conduit of the awareness to create the sense of self.
What do you think antennas are?
They're, so to akin this to an antenna, I'd say the brain is a physical manifestation picking up on something not physical.
So how can something not physical be picked up by something physical? They can't interact.
Because
You
it has
understand
the-
that, right?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, an antenna takes something non-physical like
No.
radio waves, right?
Those are physical.
Radio waves are physical.
Oh, are they? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Is
These
light
kids.
physical?
Yeah.
Light is physical, yeah.
So what is not physical?
Well, in my view, everything is physical.
Right. That's my view as well. There's no such
Really?
thing as non-physical. That's imagination land.
Why is that so?
Have you ever seen? Have you ever
So-
seen an argument? Sorry, go ahead, Ian.
Oh, well, I was just going to point out that all the phenomena that we observe are physical and that physical phenomena require physical causes. So we can just construct like a really strong inductive case that the only thing that there is the physical stuff. We've never encountered non-physical stuff.
Can we define physical?
Yeah, just like in line with the laws of physics.
Okay, okay.
Describable by physical causes, perhaps, or physical mechanisms.
Okay.
I mean, everything we know from
would you
science
say
says that
awareness?
things that don't exist because they have no physicality.
Interesting. Are dreams physical?
Yeah.
I would say so,
Oh,
insofar
wow.
as software is.
Okay. Um, let's see.
And people in the
Is
comments are confused,
awareness?
so we'll clarify, right? Physical doesn't mean tangible, right? You don't need to be able to like touch it for it to be physical. All
Yeah.
it needs to do is like be caused by physical causes. All it needs to be is something that's like in line with the laws of physics, describable by the laws of physics.
Okay. Would you say awareness is okay? I'll rephrase. I'd say it's an antenna to pick up something not tangible.
That's we
I'll
covered this
rephrase.
to begin with. Antennas don't pick up non-tangible things.
Oh, well,
I
wait,
mean,
I'm sorry.
in some
Wait,
sense, light's not. Well, it depends on what we mean by tangible. Hold on.
I guess
Pho-
it's like
photons are
touchable,
technically
right?
tangible. We have literally photon receptors
Yeah,
in our
but-
eyeballs.
That's true, but you can't touch them.
Sure.
But we do. They are observable. In fact, they're the only thing that's observable.
Yeah. Light, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the issue though is if you're suggesting that there is some non-tangible thing, well, then we should be able to describe it with physics. If it's a non-tangible physical thing, then we should be able to describe it with physics, because that's what physics is. It's about describing physical things. In which case, it just seems like it's not. It seems like it's just another thing in the universe.
Can you say that one more time in the beginning? Non-tangible. If it's non-tangible,
Yeah.
we
So
should be able to. Yeah.
you replaced the non-physical in your description about this antenna with non-tangible, and I
Yeah.
agree. It is at least in principle physically possible for the brain to be picking up on some non-tangible yet still physical thing. In
Yeah.
fact, like our brain is sensitive to magnetic waves. This is the thing that you can just test by like putting giant magnets on your head and changing them around. It'll mess with your brain. So in some sense,
Yeah.
our brains are absolutely, it could be like antennas for some non-tangible physical thing. But then you're just describing consciousness or sense of self as just another physical thing. It just might not be a tangible physical thing.
Okay. So, physical is like reality, right? To y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I think reality is going to be entirely physical, sure.
And then non-tangible things, they're physical, so meaning they're in reality, they're just not tangible.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the brain to pick up on something non-tangible, and that non-tangible thing you said would need to be able to be like quantified or measured by physics.
Well, that's what it means for something to be a physical thing.
So how would you explain your experience right now if you can't explain it through physics at all?
We
If you
can.
can't
Who says that
quantify
it can't be? Who says that it can't be?
it hasn't.
Okay, so it hasn't doesn't mean it can't even in principle be, right?
Yeah.
Like, we don't know what's going on at the
Is
center of a black hole
anybody-
either, but that doesn't
you-
mean it's not physics.
You truly believe that we're going to find out through science, like be able to measure and like quantify something like awareness or like
Yeah.
Well, considering that humans have just recently fully mapped like every single aspect of the fruit fly brain, and with ever increasing technological developments, it's totally plausible that in a decade or two we will have the entire human brain, every single neuron, completely mapped, and then
Okay.
I suspect that we will know what experience is.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
I
mice
guess-
brain, not fruit fly.
All right. I guess that's it. I'm done here.
Okay.
But it was nice.
Okay.
Yeah, appreciate
being
Y'all
talking
creative.
to
did
you.
me in. Y'all did me in.
Thanks for coming through, Aiden. Cheers.
You're welcome. See it. Cheers.
It was nice, but I feel bad that we had to disappoint him like that. Daniel, again, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm just memeing and wasting my money. Well, listen, we're here for it.
And it's not a waste either. It's going into our pockets.
True.
Big W. All right, we've got Ronnie back with us again, and we've got some people waiting in the TikTok queue. Guys, if you're in the TikTok queue, you should have used some of that awareness we were talking about and read the screen. It says join as a guest at tinyurl.com/UA guest. We are not taking any guests over TikTok, which is why we have a third-party link. And all you had to do was read the screen. So if you want to talk to us, we'd love to hear from you. But you got to go to the link on the screen. And J.H. Hart has requested 10 times already on TikTok. And it doesn't matter if you request 110 times. You'll never get on in TikTok. Use the link on the screen.
Yep.
By the way, just as a good way to convince y'all to do this, if we can hit 300 likes on YouTube or 100,000 likes on TikTok, I'll put my hair down. And some people seem to like that. So, get to tapping, get to liking.
Oh, hell yeah. Are you going to eat a chip too?
Maybe. I do have a thing of Pringles. And alternatively, if we get to 100K likes on TikTok or 300 likes on YouTube, but you don't want me to do that, a $10 super chat, and I won't put it down.
Interesting.
Yeah, Blitz will eat half of the chip every one time increment, and I don't know if that one converges to 0.
It does.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Well, we've got Ronnie back with us. How you doing, Ronnie?
Pretty good, brother. About yourself?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. The audio connection sounds much better this time.
Ooh, but there's
Yeah,
like a
man.
sharp echo.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
Maybe turn
If I
your
can help that.
speaker down a little bit.
I got you. Let's see here. Is that any better?
Let's see.
Let's see. No.
It's not great.
No.
It's definitely
How
not
about
ideal.
this?
Are you playing this through your car speaker?
No, straight to my phone, but I'm in my car, just to be honest.
Okay. I mean, you might have to turn your speaker way down low because it sounds like it's echoing in your car and then backfeeding into your microphone.
Okay. Let me step out.
Mm-hmm.
How about right here?
Let's
Just
see.
outside.
Let's see.
Well, I don't think the location matters as much as the speaker on your phone backfeeding through the microphone.
I think that this is probably fine, actually.
Yeah, it's a low
Okay, this
echo.
right here?
We can work with it. So,
Okay. I'm just gonna turn it up just a little bit.
So Ronnie, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18 and I'm a believer.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I wouldn't say there's a specific God I believe in, just to be honest with you, but I do believe that there is a higher being. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Higher in what way?
A higher, just in the, I guess I'm gonna say the realms outside of our understanding. Like I know this is kind of like a deja vu type deal because I heard the one of y'all say that's what it feels like. Y'all got the believers coming through. Oh, well, we couldn't understand it, and it's outside of our realm of physicality. What we cannot touch, what we cannot observe. But I do believe that there is a power of some sort above that does not necessarily govern the way things work, but it's kind of the spawn point of all things. You know what I mean? In the sort of sense, the way the Big Bang is to our universe.
Ooh, so I don't think that there's some things that can't possibly have spawn points, though, right? So, would you agree that creation requires time, like the act of creation itself, in order to do that, time needs to exist?
No, yes, and no. And because I remember you was talking about it with another guest, and honestly, I love the way y'all just talk. It's really, I like how polite y'all are and where everything goes. But I believe while there is a sense of time that we can grant things, I firmly think it's more appropriate to, I guess, assign this sense of chronological order without there necessarily being time. And I know that can be kind of contradictory, but it's more so like, because just say person did this is allowed to happen, but it takes place over a span of XYZ amount of time, but not directly correlated to time itself, if that makes sense.
Did you Respectfully, did you hear what you just said? You said that it takes place a long time, but not necessarily in time. Like that does just sound very contradictory to me. And contradictions are
Um,
false. That's just one of the laws of logic.
no. So what I'm gonna say is that, which I don't remember exactly what I said, just to be honest, but not because it takes place over time, but because of one event happens, it allows for another event to be able to take place. So it's more so just an enabling event, if that makes sense.
Okay, wait. Maybe we could just. I'm not sure if it does, so we could just run the syllogism, I suppose. Would you
Okay.
agree that? Let me pull it on up. Would you agree that creation requires a progression of existence?
Creation, as in, just say there is nothing and then there is something.
Yeah, like the act of creation, creating anything requires a progression of existence.
So the way I'm going to answer that, and you said that's a syllogism. The way I'm going to answer that is in the sense that while creation isn't is in itself an act of being, I think it also implies that there cannot be anything. You can't have anything that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like there's always something, even if it is empty space. Like in order for something to exist, you do have to have the space to actually put it in. You know what I mean? So upon saying
Sure.
that, I believe this. I apologize. Go ahead, brother.
No,
If you
no,
was gonna
that's
say
you're
something.
totally fine, right? So we can work with that. If
Right.
you think that space has always existed and
Right.
space is entangled with time via space-time, that means that
Right.
space-time has always existed, which means that it wasn't created, which means that God didn't create the universe because space-time is what makes up the universe. These are some of the these are the fields in the universe's field-bearing manifolds.
Now, what I will say is that I feel like I can't think of the word, but I feel like that's just true in the fact that in order for events to take place, regardless of whether or not there's a way to gauge how much time has passed, is that there's got to be an order to it. So you kind of have to apply time, even if there is no definite amount of, oh, this took a billion years or 5 milliseconds. It's just a part of, events. You know what I mean? Like things have to be sequential. So upon saying that, I do believe that there's also some play with the laws of entropy. If I'm not mistaken, the fact that everything has to
I'm
fall into
gonna
chaos.
cry.
This is gonna be Dr. Blitz's 9/11.
Why do you guys
No, hold
insist
on.
on making me cry? Like, do you like seeing a tortured physicist? Do you get some sick pleasure out of it?
Yeah, I mean
Honestly,
that's
just a little bit.
given the economic state of things, I would presume that yeah, society does like seeing tortured academics. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, that checks
Yeah,
out.
man.
Anyway, you were gonna say something probably incorrect about entropy.
Nah, I was gonna say I believe it kind of relates to it in a sense. So as we got things that naturally fall into chaos, right? Just long story short,
I mean, not
is
necessarily. Like that's just not like a some things don't, some things do.
okay. Then I guess would it be more appropriate to say into the state of lowest energy?
No, you're thinking of the highest entropy state, but that's not the lowest energy state.
Okay, I apologize, sir. Now, what I was saying is that when you go into the fact to say before the universe, prior to creation, I feel like just because there's no kind of constraints to the way the laws of the universe work, is that you can't really have nothing that says that you can't have something from nothing, because that's beyond the point of which we had our laws of the universe, because
What
our
if there was
laws of the
always
universe
something?
apply.
What should we think that
I
something? I don't think
apologize.
atheists think that something came from nothing. I think atheists think, at least I think that there was always something, or at least I think it's an open
Right.
possibility.
So what I will say is that I do agree with you in that fact. It's just I think that more so a lot of people try to separate God from science, and I do believe that there's two aspects to it, I guess for lack of better terminology or whatever. But I feel like they more so go hand in hand. That God is the being or the ability for creation or for there to have never been nothing at all. So when I say that, it's like the fact that the Big Bang has taken place and created the universe or whatever has happened is more so the fundamental force that kind of kickstarts everything. It's
But
intrinsically
y-
everything.
you think that space time has always existed, though. So by your by the things that you've agreed to, the universe didn't have a beginning. It's always existed.
So when I say that, that's like that's the entire concept of God. There is no before, no after, and there's not even really a during. So I think that's kind of just like, they're really entwined in one another. And then it's like,
So God
if
is
God is
space-time?
could you repeat that? I
So
apologize.
God is space-time?
In a sense, not entirely, but it's more so. Okay, so we need to first not necessarily alienate God from space-time, but realize that if we're referring to God, whether or not it be in a religious context or I guess physics standpoint, is that God kind of is all encompassing. And I remember somebody saying that you can't be omnipotent and omniscient, but I feel like, just kind of going on a little bit of a tangent right here, is that if you have one, you almost should kind of have the other. Just because, say, if you're omnipotent, you can obviously give yourself omniscience. But if you have omniscience, I'm going to assume you probably could figure out how to give yourself omnipotence or know whether or not that's possible.
Sure, but so what's being pointed out is that there's an impossibility, and something impossible is entailed by God being both all powerful and all knowing. So okay, let's take the sentence, quote, God does not know this proposition, unquote. That
Okay.
exact sentence. Does God know that sentence?
So I'm gonna go ahead and just say, because I done seen a few arguments like that, but I think my main answer is always that when it comes to, just say, a religious sense of God who is omnipotent or omniscience, then it's like that logic doesn't really apply. I think that's what the
But
main
does
thing
does God
people.
know it?
Does he know the sentence?
Yeah,
And I would say just yes and no, to be honest,
but
because you
that's a
can't really.
contradiction.
Yeah, but you can't apply, I guess, our in universe standards or, I guess, laws to God, because there's I guess he's all knowing, omnipotent, and that's where you kind of get this break in logic. You know what I mean? Like that, like God is a contradiction.
Yep.
That we can't possibly really,
Yeah, well, hey, I
you
mean,
can't
logic
really put
states that
together.
contradictions don't exist. So if God's a contradiction, then the conclusion I come to then is that God doesn't exist. One of the downsides of contradictions is that they entail something called the principle of explosion, which means that if you affirm a contradiction, then everything is true. If God both does
So
and doesn't know something, then anything is possible. Everything is true.
now I would say that's gotta have some truth in it itself. Because prior to the universe existing, like, just to say that we don't know what comes before the universe literally popped into existence. You got the Big Bang, you got the expansion, you got dark matter. So I feel like that
Well, we don't believe any of that.
intuitively can be true. I apologize. Can you repeat that?
We don't believe that the universe popped into existence. That's not the argument that we would defend.
So what would you say the universe kind of spawned from prior to the Big Bang?
It always
Why should
existed.
we say that it spawned from anything?
Could you repeat that? I apologize.
We could say that it always existed.
So then I feel like that's the same. That's almost one and the same with God. It's either nothing came before it and popped into existence, or it always did exist.
Right.
It's a question that answers itself, you
No,
know.
it's just a
And
statement
then,
about
just
the
logically
nature of
speaking,
reality.
everything.
What would be the reason why we would think that the universe once didn't exist? Is there evidence that would lead us to that conclusion?
I really don't know what y'all believe, but what I'm saying is that it's either nothing came before the universe or something came before the universe, even if that something is the universe itself.
Well, no, what
That
we're saying is
means,
there's no such
almost
thing
in
as
one
before
sense.
the universe because the universe always existed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then there's nothing else to have come before it. The universe is, I
Yep.
guess somebody else has
Yep.
said, cyclic.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
So
So then
there's
there's no
nothing else
God.
that
Yeah.
can that
Yep.
really see. Like, I don't know how you jump to that, because you can
Because God's
be
the creator of the
of
universe. If nothing
something,
came before the universe, then there's no God.
but then you can have something that comes out, like you can be the spawn of something and then continue on from that point. So,
But
like, imagine if you just have like a
what you just described is the beginning of something, and we're saying the universe didn't have a beginning.
So when you say the universe doesn't have a beginning, you can, in all seriousness, apply that to God. Like you can always have
But why would we
a
want to?
Yeah,
God
why would we do
right
that?
there, right?
But why?
You said
Yeah, what's the evidence that
do
that
what?
this God exists, right? Like if we can explain all of this without God, why would we want to add God to our worldview?
Because there's not really an explanation to this that you've kind of given, and it's like the sense where you
Explanation to
say like,
what?
how do you know the universe has always been? The fact that the universe has
Explanation
and
for
always
what?
will be. I mean, that's like whether or not the universe has and always
Ronnie,
will
you
be.
said that we didn't
Because like you
provide an
said, if
explanation.
you
I'm asking, what did we not provide an explanation for?
whether or not the universe is actually like cyclical. Like, how do you know if the universe is just going to continue going on in a cycle?
Yeah,
Well,
we can get it done. We can say that there's two pieces of data. There's the quantum eternity theorem, which indicates that the universe has always been if there's a non-zero amount of energy in the universe. And then there's the DESI data, which indicates that the universe is going to end in a big crunch because dark energy is getting weaker. So if it's going to end in a big crunch, that means that it's going to start like another cycle. It's
Excuse
going
me.
to go through big bounces, big crunches, and that the universe has always existed. That's more data for that. That's going to be the scientific data on that front.
Okay, so then would you say that this data is indicative that there couldn't have been nothing to kind of kickstart that event, or it's just
Yeah.
something that just
Well,
always kind of cycled through?
if it always existed, then there's no start to it. Something that's
Because
infinity, like negative infinity, doesn't have like a starting point, for example. It just
right.
keeps on going back.
So then my point kind of that is like think of numbers, which I think ultimately the ultimate form for any higher being, I think, is numbers, just to be completely honest with you. But how many numbers is in between, just say decimal points between 0 and 1?
An uncountable infinity.
So I think that's kind of like what we're running into is the
no.
fact that, when you say the universe always has a beginning, which is itself. The universe comes from the universe, which comes from the universe, which comes from the universe. It's kind of like
That's not what we said.
in the sense of this higher power. Like I
That's not at all
apologize. I
what
ain't
we
hear you.
said. We didn't say the universe came from itself, which came from itself, which came from itself. We just said it always existed.
So then, if everything kind of has a beginning,
It
then
doesn't.
where would that have
It
been?
doesn't have a
Even if
beginning.
there is a
That's what we
beginning.
keep saying. You're positing an infinite chain of beginnings. We're saying no, there was no beginning.
So if that's the case, then where would you say? I guess more so everything is going to kind of gravitate towards, because that's almost like, in a sense, gravity. Gravity is just an intrinsic
Did
part
somebody
of
say
having
gravity?
mass.
This is Dr. Blitz's Pearl Harbor.
But
Do you have anything
yeah, I
else?
don't.
Otherwise, we have lots of people waiting.
On the fact that whether or not God exists, or like, because I feel like we kind of got off topic just a little bit.
I
But I
agree.
mean, just on that front.
Well, I agree,
Well,
but I don't think this argument's going to end anywhere helpful. And we've already had this identical argument 3 times this morning.
yep. So we appreciate you coming on,
Yeah.
and we encourage you to come back at a future week. But we have lots of people in the queue, so we'll move on to the next one. But we appreciate you coming on.
All right. Can I tackle on one more thing?
If it's short,
Nope.
oh,
Already cut him. Sorry. But we got a couple super chats to grab before we move on to the next guest. Mike questions everything. Good to see you this morning. Mike says, as a 74-year-old atheist, this is a great time to be alive. Thanks to brilliant young people like you and social media, we may finally eradicate this virus. I'm with you, Mike.
Based.
A big W, Mike. We appreciate you being here. And we're trying to make this generation and then the next generation even better, one generation at a time. And Judas says, how much to eat the Pringles duck style? What's duck style?
$300 to my Cash App.
yeah, one interview for a postdoc position in the United States.
Yeah, that too. That would also do it.
And rock hard for Doug. Good to see you this morning. It says, happy day of the rock to you all. Praise Doug. Hail the rock of salvation. Good to see you, Doug. All right, so we've got Schwab up next, and then we'll grab Jack in that order, and we'll keep the conversation going. How you doing, Schwab? So, or is it Schwab?
Shab, can you hear us?
I don't think Shab can hear us.
Oh no, Shab, not Shab.
No
Anything but
Shab, no Shab.
His ear pods are plugged in, so they should be working,
Little bro isn't even trying.
right?
He's doing his best.
Come on,
I
Shab,
don't
you can
think
do
he
it.
Can hear us though.
You can do it. You've been waiting all this time. We believe in you.
You could do it. All right. Do we give up?
I guess so.
Yeah, I think we give up. Yeah.
All right. Well, come
All
on.
right.
Come on back when you get the opportunity. Welcome in, Jack.
Hi. Hey, Ian and Justin, Dr. Blitz. I'm Jack, like you know. I wanted to say Schwab was saying he didn't in the chat. He didn't apparently he was having technical difficulties, as you figured out.
Yeah, it seems that
And
way.
also, I just wanted to mention, Ian, I linked something in the chat for you privately. I hope you look at it. I wanted to.
Where is this?
It's in the chat on Video
in
Ninja.
the Video Ninja chat.
Are you able? Anyway, Ian, you remember me? I think I wasn't on the video before. The argument for God is I got two good arguments for his existence.
So
Christ being God and
okay, that was my first question. Is which God? So this is the Christian God.
right.
Okay,
The God.
go for it.
So the strongest argument is the historical proof. Across time, there are martyrs representing his eternal claim, and there were direct witnesses, the disciples who martyred, testifying to his literal revival. They died for that. They were the resurrection, but they testified they died on the gospel they had spread and shared, which said he literally revived before their very eyes.
So then you believe that Muhammad split the moon in two?
Why would I believe that?
Because there's lots of witnesses and martyrs that claim to witness the miracles of Muhammad.
I think that the moon was observed to have like different stages before Muhammad, right?
Yeah, and Muhammad
No,
split it in
Muhammad,
two.
he broke it in two.
Well, we have it in evidence today that it's one. So
Well,
but
he put it back
fixed
together.
afterwards.
Yeah.
oh, and he broke it in two and put it back together. That's the story.
That's the story, yeah.
And they have witnesses. Well, I think the difference is Christ's witnesses went out peaceably and died testifying to what happened, whereas these people are saying that Muhammad split the moon and put it back together. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you believe that?
veracity of
Do you believe that
testimony
Emperor
is.
Vespasian healed a blind man using the power of Serapis?
I don't know.
Because we've got two Roman historians that record the event. Both Tacitus and Suetonius record it and claim that it happened in a multitude of witnesses. That Vespasian had two men come to him who had a dream saying that Vespasian would heal him or heal them using the power of Serapis. One was blind and one had a lame leg. And then it turns out that Vespasian did. He attempted to heal them using the power of Serapis, and it actually worked.
Okay. So when I was bringing up the witnesses and the martyrs, it wasn't only the disciples, though I think that's like the strongest like highlight of the witnesses, but that across time in general there are martyrs. Like if the moon was being split and put back together or something, like that was like a thing we could like point to and understand regularly. Like there'd be like something to work with.
But there are Islamic martyrs today. Yeah.
I would see Christianity in them if they're truly a martyr, but usually the martyrs in Islam are the so-called martyr. I mean, they're terrorists killing people. That's not a martyr. That's not nothing. It's nothing like a martyr.
A martyrdom doesn't matter if somebody dies in the process, but there's a lot of martyrs for Islam because they believe that they're doing self-defense.
I understand that.
So when a suicide bomber in Iraq blows himself up to get rid of one of the troops that are in his country, his or her country, that is an act of self-defense. Suicide bombing is martyrdom.
Delusional.
No, it's just definitionally true.
But,
if somebody is in, if somebody's,
no, it's not.
It is.
Who defines martyrdom? Does anybody?
But
the definition
Jack,
of martyrdom.
Jack, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, the definition.
It's irrelevant because, Justin, go ahead, and then I'll bring up my point.
So the definition of martyrdom is defined. We know what it means. It's when you're willing to give your life for your religion. And suicide bombers are willing to do that. They believe they're acting in self-defense. Go ahead, Blitz.
Yeah, so whether or not... So if you have a position that there are people who saw Jesus rise from the dead and then martyred themselves, if you can defend that position, that would be much stronger. But if your position is just, yeah, there are martyrs throughout history, Christian martyrs throughout history, people die for things that are not true all the time. People sacrifice themselves for beliefs, and they might believe those things are true. They may even very strongly believe those things are true, but that doesn't make it true just because they were willing to die for it. So you have to defend that there are people who would have seen it who were willing to die for it. And that's a much harder claim to defend.
Yeah, I like how you said that. That would be stronger, though. The direct witnesses are, and there are direct witnesses who testified to his ascending. Matthew, John.
What's your evidence
Peter,
that Matthew wrote Matthew? Because it turns out his name, he doesn't, authorship is not attributed to Matthew in the book.
Is it not?
It's not.
Nope.
Who's it attributed to?
Nobody.
No,
There's no attribution. The earliest manuscript we have,
Gospel of Matthew.
the earliest
So if I
manuscript
wrote
we
something-
have of the Gospel of Matthew has no attribution.
I wonder why we think Matthew wrote it then.
Because church history
Well, we
had
don't.
to assign somebody to it, and they assigned Matthew to it. Do you want to know why they assigned Matthew to it?
Why?
Because there's a very popular story that he stole from Mark, which is the conversion of Levi, the tax collector. And in the telling of the story, they changed the name from Levi to Matthew. And so church tradition held that the reason why this happened was because the name of the tax collector was actually Matthew, not Levi, or it was a dual name. And therefore, who would know that other than Matthew? It must be Matthew. And there was already reports of Matthew floating around in Hebrew, and the Gospel of Matthew is a little bit more Jewish sounding than some of the other Gospels. So they posited that the Gospel of Matthew may be this supposed testimony of Matthew that was floating around in Hebrew, but we have no copies of a Hebrew Matthew, and there's no reason to believe that Matthew actually wrote Matthew. These are speculative claims.
Oh, it was interesting. Matthew was one of his disciples.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably he had people following him around, and we don't have perfect records of all these people because it was back then. But
you want to know why the eyewitness testimony is useless to me? Why it's a dumb, useless claim to me?
It's because you suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
That's it.
Now.
Hail Satan.
It's because
that's really a thing. I don't know why it's so true.
It's because
I'm trying to tell a smoker smoking's bad, but they can't hear it. I'll
it's because the Gospels just say things that are not true, like demonstrably untrue.
Where do they say that's not true?
Okay, it's easy. Let's start with one of the claims of Jesus in Matthew 22. You can't see my screen, but you're at a computer, right?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Yeah, go to Matthew 22 and go all the way down to verse 41 through 45.
41 through 45.
And it says, "Now while the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them this question, 'What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he?' And they said to him, 'The son of David.' And he said to them, 'How is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet? If David thus calls him Lord, how can he be his son?'" Do you understand what Jesus is doing here?
I don't understand why it's false.
I asked you, do you understand what Jesus is doing here?
I think so. Yeah.
And what's he suggesting by quoting Psalm 110?
He's quoting Psalm 110. "The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet."
Yep, but why? Why is he quoting that?
If then David, why do you think? I'm sorry, I don't know. I could think about this for a while.
Quite clear. He's answering the rhetorical question that he asked the Pharisees. He's saying that the reason why I'm asking, why he's quoting it is because the Messiah is not just the son of David; it's also God. The Messiah is also divine. Right? He's saying that the Messiah that David spoke of is also Lord. correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the reason why this is cap is because Jesus is quoting the Greek translation rather than the Hebrew translation, and he doesn't even understand why the Greek translation says Lord. In the Hebrew translation, the psalm starts out, Ne'um Yahweh La'adini, which literally means an oracle of Yahweh to my master. It doesn't say that the Lord said to my Lord. In fact, Ne'um is not even a verb. It's a noun. The problem is when they translated the text into Greek, they wanted to protect the divine name of Yahweh, so they just put in Lord instead of Yahweh. The same thing our English Bibles do. The English Bibles, when you see the Lord in capital letters, it actually says Yahweh in the Hebrew text. Jesus or whoever wrote Matthew didn't know this. So whoever wrote Matthew absolutely did not know Hebrew and absolutely didn't even understand what was happening in the Greek text when they translated the Hebrew, which is why he made this embarrassing blunder. Because this is not David even speaking. This is a prophecy from somebody in King David's court speaking to King David, who is the Adonai, the master, and saying, to my master, here is an oracle of Yahweh. And then the entire rest of the psalm is fulfilled in King David. It's about King David.
So this undermines the credibility of Matthew for you.
Matthew,
It seems like it would.
yeah, if Matthew has no idea what's happening in Psalm 110, then he's a fool.
A fool he'd be. I mean, it seems like you may have found a really interesting thing that might undermine Matthew's credibility. I don't know about.
Well, there's a lot more. There's a lot more than
Would it
that.
take away all of his credibility to you? Like if someone quotes something wrong because they were wrong about something, do they have to be illiterate, unknowing of Hebrew, a fool, or could they have been mistaken?
Well, yeah. Well, if it's the word of God, then you can't be mistaken. But this is literally the tip of the iceberg. You want to see another one?
Sure.
So before you say another one, there is an issue here, namely that if Jesus is truly divine, then Jesus certainly wouldn't have been misquoting things.
Right.
Which means that Matthew is not accurately representing what Jesus said, if Jesus is truly divine. Meaning that we can't trust anything that Matthew said about Jesus if he didn't even get this right.
May I share with you a bit of research on this first one you brought up? So David himself in the Holy Spirit declared, the Lord said to my Lord,
David's
sit
not
at my right
speaking.
hand."
David is
For
not
some
speaking
reason-
in Psalm 110.
For some reason, this quick Google search is suggesting David himself in the Holy Spirit.
But he was
declared
not.
The Lord, but he didn't. You're saying
You're just quoting Matthew.
I kind of like. I got to read this more. I don't want to doubt what you're suggesting, but you're in fairness doubting what Matthew said and what Jesus may have said. So I want to look into it and find that out. If you had another example, like a deeper in the iceberg, like you're saying, I really am all ears. I want to hear it. And I also just had a scientific evidence argument for God too, beyond the martyrs, which is the historical proof.
Right, we can go for that, but let me give you a couple other examples. Go to Jeremiah 31 if you would. And we're going to go down to verse 15 and 16. We'll do 17 too.
Right. 15 to 17, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, before we read it, do you know approximately when Jeremiah is writing in the context of his lifetime?
Is it after Isaiah? I'm not really sure, no.
So Jeremiah technically is after Isaiah, but he's writing as the children are being taken away into the Babylonian captivity. And he's prophesying, for example, in 25, he says they're going to be captive for 70 years and then they're going to return and then they're going to be restored. And then he mentions it again in Jeremiah 31. He talks about how they're going to come back from the land of the enemy, right? So that's the context of Jeremiah. Now we have an interesting quote in 15. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country." So just on the face of it, what's this prophecy about?
Israelites returning from Babylon, or so? Where are they at?
Yeah, it seems pretty obvious, doesn't it? Right? There's really not a lot of confusion about what this prophecy is about. The problem is if you go to Matthew chapter 2 and go down to, I believe verse 18 or so. Matthew reads this passage actually completely differently. Let's grab 18 and 19. Actually, shit, we'll grab 17 while we're at it. Okay, so when Herod finds out that Herod finds out that Jesus is going to be born in Bethlehem, he wants to unalive all the babies. And when he does so, it says, "Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more." So he's quoting Jeremiah 31, the passage we just read. But the passage that we just read doesn't say anything about a bunch of babies dying in Bethlehem when the coming of Jesus or the coming of the Messiah was going to happen. It's not even close to that. It's about children coming back from the land of the enemy.
Though he did say there'd be weeping and mourning. There'd be mourning and great weeping, Rachel weeping for her children and refusing to be comforted because they are no more.
Yeah, because they're gonna come back from the land of the enemy, right?
But the Lord says, "Restrain your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for your work will be rewarded," declares the Lord. "They will return from the land of the enemy."
Right.
So there is hope for your descendants. So there's hope for your descendants. I mean, and Christ delivered hope, and Christ did return. He went out to Egypt, right, as a young child.
Focus. Matthew isn't not talking about anything of that nature. Matthew said that when the babies were executed in Bethlehem, then it was fulfilling the prophecy of Jeremiah 31. But Jeremiah 31 doesn't say anything about children being executed when the Messiah came. It's about the children returning from Babylon, 700 or 600 years before Jesus.
16 and 17, and the children returned to Jerusalem. Like, I mean, the people he led were his children. He called them his children, and they led his people to liberation from the empire oppressing from oppression, imperial oppression.
They did no such thing,
brother. If you look, what's Justin? If you look at Jeremiah 31. 15.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's quoting, and you can see how that is represented in truth and what was going on with Herod. And
it's not
just because he goes
Jeremiah 31:15 is not about Herod. It's about the women of Israel watching their children being taken into captivity. There's a context to this. This prophecy is to the Israelites during the time period that Jeremiah was alive. He's speaking to his own people and saying, look, your children are being carried away into captivity, but they're going to come back. There's no mention of a Messiah here.
But he was referencing this as a fulfillment of the prophet. Like, he's mentioning this compared to what's going on with Herod killing babies. Jesus wasn't even really he hasn't come into the story so much yet.
That's the point. Yeah. So the prophecy of Jeremiah is not about babies getting murdered at the time of Jesus. It's not about the Messiah whatsoever. The only thing happening in Jeremiah 31 is the return of the Israelites from captivity. That's it.
The only thing, huh? Because I only read a little bit of 31 here.
The passage we're reading is about the return of the captives.
And so let me grant, all right, so if you can find issues, let's say actual mistakes, errors, and you can find them here and there and here and there and here and there, would that necessarily mean oh, you can't trust it at all? Like my dad isn't perfect. I won't listen to a thing he says. Is that a fair, would you say that's not a fair position to be in? Is it?
If God is perfect and this is his word, I would expect that it's not full of mistakes. But hold on, Jack, hold on. But my claim is more than that. My claim is that Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even one. He's a liar and a fraud.
Even one. You said your claim and cut out for a second and edit one.
Right. My claim is that Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. Not even one, not even half of one. Oh, where'd he go?
Oh, where'd he go?
The Lord took him.
For a second here.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, no, he's back.
You with us, Jack?
We can't hear you.
I'm closing a window really quick. I gotta find out why. I am with you.
Oh.
One second.
Try refreshing. Just refresh the browser. We'll bring you back up.
It'll work, okay?
Yeah. Is it working for you, Jack? Oh, there he goes. We got SF crashing out in the comments already. I don't know why he thinks we're going to convert to
we?
Islam. All right, Jack will be back in just a second. Guys, thank you so much for
Maybe
hanging
he
out with
hopes
us.
that we
this morning.
can't read.
That's exactly it, yeah.
All right, he's back.
I was
Welcome
missing
back.
your point, Jeff. Thank you.
All right, so Jack, my claim, the reason why I think Christianity is false just right out of the gate is because we've got all these supposed fulfilled messianic prophecies, but he didn't actually fulfill any of them. Not even one.
Isaiah 53,
Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel.
where it says he will be scorned for our transgressions, pierced for our iniquities.
Yep.
By his wounds we are healed, by his chastisement we're made whole. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
trying,
we all know it. It's about
So
the
that's-
nation of Israel. So I'm gonna have you read a couple passages with me that is gonna illustrate the point that I'm making. So go first to Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. So Isaiah chapter 40 all the way to chapter 56, some would even say chapter 66, has one theme and one theme only. And that theme is that Israel has now paid their service in Babylon, and it's now time to come out of Babylon and be restored. That's the overarching theme. But what you probably don't know is in chapter 40 all the way up to chapter 53, God tells you 8 different times who the servant is. Isaiah 41, 8 through 9 says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called you from its furthest corner, saying to you that you are my servant, I have chosen you and not cast you off." So Israel is pretty clearly the servant here. And then Isaiah 43:10 says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." Again, Israel is the witness. It's a plural. A plurality of people is the servant. And it says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I've chosen." And then again in 44, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant." 45:4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name." And last one for now, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth and say the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So when I get to 53, I have no idea why anyone would want me to read Jesus into it when the prophet already told you that Israel is the servant.
Well, that's his people. That's his people.
Yep.
Jesus is the true Israelite, and he did redeem them.
But he didn't.
That's
The Israelites got crushed
like
by
A
the
lot of
Romans.
Messianic Jews, Christians who testify otherwise, and he warned them of being crushed by the Romans. And
It didn't
there
work
was reason for
because they still got crushed by the Romans.
funnily
warning.
enough.
Well,
you know what?
he didn't warn them to prevent it. He warned them saying it was going to happen.
Well, the prophecy
Funnily
doesn't say
enough,
it's going to happen.
You know what?
Go ahead. Sorry.
You know who didn't save the Hebrews, the Jews? Christians, because during the Roman Jewish War, the Christians fled. They fled and they didn't protect their brothers. They didn't protect their family. They fled away from the war and the Jews lost, arguably because of this. So I mean, like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that they were really
Jesus
trying to
told them-
protect, trying to save their brethren.
They weren't.
Based cowardice? Hold on.
Jesus told them to flee when this was going to happen, and God chose to destroy Jerusalem for its failing. This is a repeated thing
which is
nations, like our nation is struggling.
Which is
they
not
will
what the
be judged.
prophecy says. The prophecies don't say that. The prophecy says that when the Messiah comes, he's going to sit on the throne of Israel. There's going to be peace in Israel. In fact, there's going to be world peace, and that there's going to be Levitical sacrifices again.
And there will be, and there's a second coming, and there was.
Well, that can't be
There's-
true. If there's going to be Levitical sacrifices, then Jesus wasn't the final
You have-
sacrifice according to Hebrews chapter 7.
Yeah, and I don't want to like make it sound like a cop out. So just directly with what happened then, if you have a place being oppressed and you have a temple being a place of corruption, and you go and you deliver destruction to that, you have actually brought true peace. You are bringing to them what is real and true. There was no peace in that. There was no peace.
Well, there
that the
was.
Jews had.
So you're assuming a New Testament narrative. You're assuming that the Jews are wicked, which is an anti-Semitic trope that we find in the Gospels, because the Gospels weren't written by Jews. They were written by anti-Semitic Greeks.
I don't think that's true.
It's 100% true.
I think that the gospel was likely recorded in Aramaic and then translated to Greek.
We
Like,
have
the
not a
oldest
single gospel in Aramaic.
Yeah, good luck keeping parchment, right? And that's so hard to do.
Well, it's funny how the parchment in Greek we still have.
Well, yeah, so now you're in it. Now you go and you're trying to formalize like translations, and you're just like trying to keep them. And they had a better, and even those earliest existing manuscripts, like, are they perfect? Like, we don't have the fullness of any of the manuscripts, do we? Like, I'm not so concerned about the history of the transfer of paper, because I know that there's weather and it's so tough. Like, these people were under persecution, risk of life and limb, trying to deliver these words.
Yeah, so the funny how we have the Greek manuscripts, just no Aramaic. It sounds like there's probably no Aramaic manuscripts. So we do have Aramaic manuscripts from the Talmudic writers, but we don't have any of the Christian writers. So I don't think that's a good argument. So my claim still stands. Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy. The prophecy said that he would be a victorious king that defeated Israel's enemies, and he didn't do that.
I think it's interesting. You know a lot about this, not in a weird way. I was wondering if were you raised Jewish or Christian or something?
I was a Christian for 20 years. Dr. Blitz has actually been raised Jewish, but we're all atheists. And I did study the Bible professionally, which is why I know Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies.
All right. I think it's cool. I want to say real quick, I think a true Jew is a Christian, Dr. Blitz.
Well, that's anti-Semitic bullshit.
Gross supersessionism.
Messianic Jews will defend me. I think that's true. I think a true Jew
I don't give a fuck, Jack. That's like gross supersessionism. Like, no, that's like Nazi adjacent shit. So quit it.
No, it's not supersessionism.
What do you think supersessionism is?
Trying to encourage you to have faith in our God.
Well, your God is a liar and a fraud. Your God is a liar and a fraud.
Justin, here's another prophecy. This is more of like a foretelling. I brought this up with Ian once. It was Isaac and Abraham.
That's not a foretelling.
Because it didn't quite end the same.
Foretellings are you just reading things into the text.
Well, so God asks Abraham, like, will you sacrifice your son?
We all know the story, Jack. I don't know why. I don't know why Christians think that we've never read these basic Sunday school stories.
I'm not trying to insult you by going through this. I'm trying to
who decides what a foretelling is and what a foretelling isn't? Was it a foretelling when Lot slept with his two daughters?
Why would it? I don't know. What are you referring that to being a foretelling of?
See what you're doing? You're saying, here's a story I like, and it sounds similar to Jesus. I'm going to call it a foreshadowing. But you're just picking random texts in the Old Testament that sound like Jesus and saying, it's a foretelling, it's a foreshadowing. But I can do that too. I can say that when the Israelites conquered the Promised Land, that it's foreshadowing manifest destiny of us wiping out all the Native Americans. Just reaching into the Old Testament and finding something that sounds vaguely familiar to something else doesn't make it a foreshadowing. You're just practicing pareidolia.
I don't want to be wrong or delusional. I just think it is a shocking foretelling that
it's not.
God asked. Well, so and I know you know the story, but for people listening,
I'm sorry. Does Isaac die?
So he asks, right? He asks Abraham,
right? But does Isaac die?
Can I do it? Give me 1 minute, please.
Jack, we all know the story. You don't have to tell us the story.
Not everybody. So he asks Abraham to kill Isaac.
Jack,
he's willing to do it, and then God stays his hand.
Jack, everyone here knows the story better than you do. You don't have to retell the story. Just make the point that you're trying to make. Listen, if you want to retell the story, we'll just read it to you from the book. You don't have to tell us the story. We all learned it in kindergarten, Sunday school.
Hear it.
So the question is, did Isaac die in the story?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And what does Isaac represent in your worldview?
What does he represent? He's a human being. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
What does he represent in your worldview? How is this analogous to Jesus?
He's the son of Abraham, the father of the faith, of the Abrahamic faiths. He's the son of the first wife that Abraham had. I don't know. Like, why do I have to have him?
Yes, he's
represent something?
Abraham's only son, right?
Not his only son. He had Ishmael, right?
Well, literally Genesis 18 calls it his only son. So that's what we're going with. Okay. So Genesis 18 says that you have not withheld your only son from me. The analogy you're trying to say it's foreshadowing Jesus. Well, it's not a good foreshadowing, because in the story, Jesus actually gets sacrificed. In this story, he doesn't get sacrificed. Isaac is not killed. It's not a direct foreshadowing. It's not even.
God would deliver
it's not even a good one.
Abraham?
No, it's not something else. It's a silly story from a book full of other silly stories, and you know that there's no evidence that Jesus fulfilled a single prophecy. So you're reaching to stories that just sound vaguely familiar to Jesus.
It's not a vague similarity. It's God delivering what he asked of Abraham. It was a shocking, crazy thing. And there's like no coincidence. I mean, how much of a coincidence would that have to be for me to really be grasping at straws?
Coincidence to what? That somebody found a story in a book and said, hey, this story sounds like another story, even though they don't really line up.
Holy library. It's not just some.
It's not a holy library. It's just a book.
Somebody was mentioning Harry Potter as a martyr. It's like, well, it's a fiction, and yeah, most fictions draw on the reality.
Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Praise Hermione. Okay, so
it's idolatry.
Can you find me a single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled? Because these foreshadowings are meaningless.
Yeah, so it would be you wanted to. I could get name. There's hundreds, but
find me one.
The chief one you were trying to talk back, like, oh, Isaiah says it's a servant is Israel, Israel. But you get to Isaiah 53. And
I've read Isaiah 53.
I can read it. I mean,
so we already covered this. Is the servant a singular noun?
Could be, right?
Yeah, it is. The servant is a singular noun. How many verses did we just read where it said the servant is Israel in the singular?
0? I don't know.
8. There's 8 different verses we just read where God said, Israel is my servant in the singular. So the grammar here is never going to help you.
Yeah, I was mixing up. I thought you were asking how many times was it referring to him in the plural. Yeah, okay, so 8 in the singular. I would not have known that answer either, even though you did just share it with me. So here it goes. Surely he.
This is all he's got. We've all read it, Jack. We know.
No, it's all I got. In your translation, does it say?
Jack,
does it say?
Jack, give me the reason why I would insert Jesus into the passage.
I'm not putting his name in. I'm saying surely he.
Yes, the servant,
your translation
which is the nation of Israel.
I'm going to say the servant. Surely the servant took up our pain and bore our suffering.
Yeah.
Yet we consider the servant punished by God, stricken by him, and afflicted. But the servant was pierced for our transgression. The servant was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on the servant, and by his wounds we are healed. We all like sheep have gone astray. Each of us have turned to our own way, and the Lord has laid on the servant the iniquity of us all. This was a prophecy that Christ fulfilled. He was pierced.
It wasn't a prophecy.
I think it is.
It's not. It didn't say anything about a Messiah.
So you're familiar with the Messianic prophecies on how he's supposed to bring like grand feats to the world.
Yes, that's why he's not the Messiah, because he didn't do anything the Messiah was supposed to do. Nothing.
Yeah, he did teach, and he led that way, and he showed how.
No, he didn't.
Even enemies.
That's meaningless. That already existed in Judaism. Judaism already had those teachings in their rabbinic writings. We don't need Jesus for that.
Bro, did you see all the people who got like peace brought to them in the Crusades? Like they just couldn't even survive.
And in North and South
the amount of peace
so
that they got
peace.
stabbed with over and over again.
And the amount of peace that they got infected with in North America?
Yeah, exactly.
Way too much peace.
You're familiar with Steven Pinker, maybe. He wrote a book that's just accounts on how peace has been increasing relatively over time. There's far, far less death and war and destruction over time.
So the prophecy says that when the Messiah comes, there will be immediate peace. There's going to be peace when he's here.
He brought them peace.
He didn't bring anyone peace.
Bringing them peace, and then 40 years later, their temple gets destroyed, like the holiest of holies.
Yeah, it's a weird kind of peace. They got wiped out by the Romans.
It is. That's a fact. One of his quotes is, "My peace I give to you, my peace I leave with you."
That's not a prophecy. That's Jesus speaking.
Well, that's him clarifying peace for us. The peace that he gave is eternal. It's that there is an afterlife justice. It's that
that's not what the peace says. That's not what the Old Testament prophecies say.
In this life, though you will not have peace in this life, he gave and left us his peace, which he then evidenced.
That's meaningless. The prophecies don't say anything about inner peace. It says that the wolf will lie down with the lamb. It says that children will play over the hole of the asp. It says they will not learn of war anymore. And it says that nation will not take up sword against nation. That's what it says.
And it will happen in full.
But it didn't happen.
So there were more and more and more wars then. More and more and more.
That's not true.
Less and less
I'm sorry. Have you never heard of World War II?
That was a shocking anomaly.
Is World War I and II?
World War
World War
II was 20 years after World War I.
Yeah, it's funny.
Shocking at all.
I don't want to have to.
Okay, so the most war-filled time in history happens to be further away from Jesus's time period, which means your argument that we're getting more and more peace is not true.
Well, I'm deferring to Steven Pinker's book, where I wish I had the title, where he's accounting for the decrease of violence over time. And he's an atheist. He's a well-respected intellectual.
Over time, in what period?
Does he run? I mean, I guess like on face, what I would expect is like what's being gestured there is probably like democratic peace theory. I'm not sure. I haven't read the book, but that seems like you can account for peace. It just has nothing to do with Christianity. Probably has something to do with like economic like entwinement, for example.
Probably has a lot to do with that. The mercy that Christ exampled, his example that was so profound, spread across the world, so many people across the world are aware of it, has affected us spiritually, has made us more understanding, more merciful. It has.
No, it hasn't.
100%.
How many people were killed in the Inquisition?
I disagree with you.
How many people were killed in the Inquisition?
In the conquistador, or by the conquistadors?
I can't answer your questions. Too many.
Millions of people were killed in the Inquisitions. Do you want to know why?
Because of worldly men's judgment.
Nope. Because of heresy. They believed that they were stamping out heresy. So you can't say that religion, Christianity, is making the world a better place demonstrably, when demonstrably it's making it a worse place.
So the few find the way. Christians in name only are not Christians.
So no true Scotsman is a silly argument. You can't demonstrate who is a true and an untrue Scotsman.
You are aware of the fallacy. I don't think I'm wrong to say that a true Christian is rare, and they do not kill. They don't set those terrible examples you guys are bringing.
Well, I disagree. How do you know what a true Christian is?
Frankly, they martyr in the end. That's how you might know.
Are you a true Christian?
I'm alive right before you right now. I'm sitting in my basement.
So you're not?
On a computer. I like to think I'm a practicing Christian being saved and that I'll deliver in the end.
Is it a threat?
A threat, Jesus.
Is that a self-threat?
Christ, the promise to God. Christ prays not to have to do it. He doesn't want to have to do it, and he's not. He wasn't hurting any. It's not a threat. Can I get to the scientific argument real quick for you, gentlemen?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
Ian remembers. I hope. So, 2,000 years ago, before the Big Bang was ever theorized, before physics and observational evidence pointed to it, John records Christ at the start with God, and the Big Bang destroyed itself for our entire cosmos. And it's a very beautiful, shocking, astounding. I said the last time. I think it's an awful metaphor and parallel to Christ, who was a martyr.
What's the claim?
That the Big Bang is scientific evidence for God, for Christ being God, because John, before we ever knew of it, millennia, thousands of years before we ever knew of such a thing, he said Christ was at the start with God. And so how could it fit so clearly to what Christ exampled and led and taught? Like, what
does this have to do with the Big Bang? Just saying that Jesus was with God at the beginning, what does that have to do with the Big Bang at all, or scientific discovery?
because unless a seed dies, it will not bear fruit. He teaches us in parable, like unless the Big Bang blew up. Yeah.
The Big Bang is not an event. It's a process that's ongoing. The Big Bang describes the rapid expansion of the universe that's been happening for the last 13.8 billion years.
Yeah, we can't observe anything before it, right? We think that we like suppose that's the beginning.
It may or may not be the beginning, but the point is it's not an event. It's not a thing that died. It's just a process, an ongoing expansion.
It was like the most massive thing ever known, and it blew up for all of what is.
was actually
there was
quite small.
explosion.
It was
very small.
Surprisingly small, but yet it was the most massive thing on
The
Earth.
point is that there was no explosion.
Reality.
There was nothing dying. There was no violent event. It was just a rapid expansion. That's all it is, and it's still going.
Well, so what was it at the beginning? So, I mean, you're
It was
wanting
very
to.
small, very hot, and then it got bigger.
And became many. Like it was one.
I mean, it's not like there's more. It wasn't like. I don't know what you mean by one. Like
it
all
no
of the
longer-
matter that was there is still
it
here.
no longer was. So let me compare it to the stars, like the first gen big stars that blew up, scattering the heavier
Sure.
elements for us.
That may have been a better
necessarily.
analogy.
Right,
Those
right?
things definitely blew up. The Big Bang
Right.
didn't blow up.
It is. I think it is maybe a clearer analogy for people like you who are very technical about understanding this. The reason why I say the Big Bang is because John records him at the start, and that's our theory of like the start. And so that's where it brings that beautiful scientific evidence for him being God. I think it's like, hey, look at.
But
what
it
happened.
doesn't say anything about the Big Bang. It just says that Jesus was with God at the start. If you're just saying that that's evidence that they knew that there was a beginning of the universe. I mean, is that the claim?
I'm not saying John actually knew anything at all. I'm just like, I'm not saying he knew like about the Big Bang. I'm just saying he wrote what he wrote, and it happens that 2 millennia after 2000.
But what he wrote has nothing to do with anything. Is the only relationship is that the Big Bang to some people implies that there's a beginning, and what John wrote also implies that there's a beginning. That's the only similarity. What else is there?
The way that we think the beginning happened fits his example.
But
His
even
example.
then it doesn't. So
when John says
in
he's
John's worldview,
Checks out.
the Earth was created, 4,000-ish years prior to when he was alive, right? Whenever they didn't think it was billions of years old, they thought it was a few thousand years old. Whatever
That's
it
a
might be.
frustrating
So
brother. That's a frustrating one to have. The time is different for God. It
hold
says
on.
that in the Bible.
Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm not done. So what happened? So in John's view, what happened is you have Jesus with God at the beginning, and then thousands of years later, Jesus sacrifices himself, right? Thousands of years later, the analogy you're trying to draw is that in the beginning there was some violent sacrifice, but that's not even what John is saying. What John is saying is that there was harmony in the beginning, and then thousands of years later there was some violence. But that wouldn't even be an accurate description of an incorrect understanding of the Big Bang.
John starts out the Gospel of John, not as you're describing. He starts it off with, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and He was with God in the beginning, and all that was made through Him." I'm not perfectly quoting it.
When was the sacrifice?
He didn't refer to like peaceful years before that.
When was the sacrifice?
When was this? In the beginning. Is
When
what he said.
was the sacrifice that you were referring to that the Big Bang represents?
14. I don't think that the time issue is a problem. 13.8 billion years, something like that.
No, I'm talking about in John's view. When was the sacrifice?
John doesn't explicitly give you a when for that. He says, "In the beginning was the Word."
I'm not talking about the beginning. I'm talking about the sacrifice.
Jesus' sacrifice?
Jesus wasn't sacrificed in the beginning.
Okay. You're asking about the sacrifice.
When was Jesus' sacrifice? The thing that you're referring to is the violence of the
like
Big
30,
Bang.
Like 30 AD.
Yeah, okay. So that wasn't the same as the beginning.
Right. Christ
In
said
the beginning, there was
before
Jesus
Abraham.
hanging out with God. And then, some distant time later, there was a sacrifice. But you're trying to say, well, the sacrifice was the Big Bang, and that was also the beginning. But that's not even what John is saying.
That they're like one and the same kind of a thing, yeah.
But they're not. They're temporarily. They're different events. They're different
not.
events. They're not interchangeable at all.
Right. But they're they're in union in a sense. They are in the same.
How are they in union? They were separated by thousands of years.
Like Christ is with God. It's like there is a theme going on where there are heroes across time who lay their lives down and affect us tremendously to be better. And that's a beautiful thing. And if that's not with God, what is with God?
So are you saying that the sacrifice is... So, okay, I'm just trying to understand your analogy. Are you saying that the sacrifice is like the Big Bang, or are you saying the beginning that John describes is like the Big Bang? Which one?
I'm saying the
It
Big
can't
Bang.
be both.
I'm saying the Big Bang is like Christ. I'm saying that the first gen stars blowing up, forgiving the heavier elements
That's not
across
the Big
universe,
Bang.
I think that's like Christ. I think he's going to be represented across time because he makes the eternal claims. Like he says, he's.
So you're making us. So it sounded like when you said that you wanted to make a scientific argument, it sounded like you wanted to point towards some observable evidence that points to some truth about this religious tradition. But it just sounds like you're like drawing metaphors.
Yeah, I didn't want to be like a bait and switch or something. So Richard Dawkins says like, if you could just give me one example where the Bible predicts something like, hey, Earth isn't the center of the universe, like we revolve around the sun, then there you go. Like God, there's something to it. Like I'll pause my doubt.
No, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I would never hold that standard. It depends on like, it specifically depends. It depends on like what the claim is, right? And it also depends on like how many things they get wrong. So if you're taking like a million guesses, we would expect that you get something correct. It would be like a statistical anomaly if you got nothing correct.
There's also only two options. Either the universe had a beginning or it didn't. And so they had a 50-50 shot of guessing right.
But they wouldn't have known necessarily that the origin theory was like this thing that no longer is because it expanded.
They didn't say that.
That's not what they said. They never said that anywhere. In fact, arguably, the Muslims have it closer.
Yeah. They didn't know. And they just said that he was at the start with God, and it just so happens.
Welcome to Islam, Jack.
What?
So welcome to Islam.
The Muslims have it closer to what actually happened. The Muslims in the Quran, it says something like, and God expanded the heavens or something like that. That's closer to the Big Bang, right? It's still not close at all, but that's closer. All you have is that John says Jesus was hanging out with God at the beginning.
He was with him. One with him.
That has nothing to do with the Big Bang. There's not even an analogy that you can draw.
So faithful people sometimes will deny it, but they'll think that God was the prime mover on the Big Bang. And so if you can see him at like the thing that had to be expanded for all of the cosmos, no longer to be what it was, like that's
But it doesn't say that. That's just not what it says in the book.
No, it says he's in the beginning with him, and because he wouldn't have known, and he didn't know. He just said what he said, and it happens to fit what we now think and see observationally.
But it doesn't actually make any connection with what we know. The only connection is there was a beginning, and we don't even know if that's true.
Well, it repeats in a theme like this first gen stars. That's a connection, and it keeps going.
But those weren't in the beginning.
Socrates was before Jesus in the timeline, and he dies peaceably, just being honest. Like I see Christ in someone like Socrates. We have more than enough reason to tip our hat to actually follow him, to be like him.
Why would you see Jesus in Socrates?
Because the man was being wrongfully persecuted for no
maybe
good
you
reason.
should see Maybe you should see Socrates in Jesus then, because Socrates was before Jesus.
Oh, sure.
Who did Jesus humiliate in a dialectic? Hold on.
A fig tree, if I recall correctly.
He spanked that fig tree. That's what he gets for not bearing fruit in the out of fruit season.
Wow, you didn't do the thing that I made you to do.
It's a good. You should cut down a tree if it doesn't bear fruit, like a fruit tree.
It was out of
When
season.
It's out of season.
It's out of season, Jack.
Yeah, and they thought it was out of season.
It'd be like cutting down an orange tree in summer because it's not winter yet. Like
what time was that? Because it was Passover, so it's springtime. So why would it have?
No. It says it was out of season.
Yeah, the text tells you.
They were all confused. It's an interesting thing. It really was an interesting path. They're all like, "What is he doing?" There's a TV show called The Chosen.
He was hangry.
That tries to get into this story a little bit. They expand on it, trying to explain him. I don't know. The fig tree's a funny story.
I mean, it's normal because humans get hangry.
Right.
Could I relay what The Chosen said? It was like, because it has leaves, it's showing signs of fruit, but it doesn't have any fruit on it. And like,
because it's out of season.
And he was using it as a metaphor. I wish I could share you the parable. It was like,
Well,
like, you, Israel, have all the leaves, all the signs of this, but you're not bearing the fruit. We are being ruled by godless people, taxing us and all these things.
Listen, it's supposed to be a metaphor about the nation of Israel, which is why, again, the New Testament is deeply anti-Semitic. And what it's saying is that Israel is essentially the tree. The problem is that when we read the text, Mark inserts a stupid claim, which is that it was out of season for figs, which means Jesus' expectation would be silly.
Sure. Even if it, because they didn't think it was their time yet either or something. I like, are you most critical with those you love?
No.
No, I'm most critical of Adolf Hitler.
See, turns out I don't spend as much time criticizing Adolf Hitler, though I agree with you in sentiment. I tend to be more critical of the people I love because I care for them more. I spend more time with them.
That sounds insufferable.
People may say the same. I think that's why Jesus was being so critical and harsh. I don't think he was anti-Semitic whatsoever. I think he was true for them.
I don't think he was. I think his followers were.
Yeah, I don't think Jesus spoke the words that are attributed to him to begin with, which is why the texts are so anti-Semitic, because they're written by non-Jews.
You think that the gospel writers were non-Jews?
Yeah, that's why they keep saying the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, because they're not Jews.
Interesting.
An interesting historical fact, Jack.
When did they say the Jews? The gospel writers, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews.
About 100 different times.
While he's looking for them, there's an interesting historical fact that Christianity was actually wildly unpopular with the Jewish population at the time. The only reason it grew was because of the Gentiles. Jewish people just in the first, by the end of the first by 100 CE, there were maybe 1,000 Jewish converts to Christianity out of the millions that lived in the area. It was wildly unpopular. Like it wasn't a religion for the Jews, and maybe it's not so surprising because the people who were spreading it were wildly anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Most Gentiles in the beginning, though. Just to respond to Blitz real quick, Justin. The very first ones, as the story goes, at least you can contest it, were Jewish. Jesus was Jewish. His disciples were Jewish. They started it. They went to the ends of the earth. They delivered the gospels across the world.
No, they didn't.
And they died.
That's mythology. None of that's true.
You say that, but they martyred for it.
No, they didn't.
They died.
No, they didn't.
Well, we don't really have evidence that they martyred.
We have no evidence of their martyrdoms. Mark chapter 7, verse 3, Mark literally says, the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands, thus observing the tradition of the elders. That explanatory note is not necessary if the audience and the author is in fact Jewish.
I don't see why it's not.
Because you don't need to explain the tradition of the Jews if you're a Jew talking to other Jews.
If you know that you are intending this for the world, the context could be important.
Then why would he say the Jews rather than our people?
That's a good question. Because in truth, we're all to be God's people. We're all to be.
He's talking about the tradition of his people. Why wouldn't he just say our people?
It's a good question. I now want to get into the interlinear. I want to know what exactly it was.
I don't think that's going to be helpful for you since you actually don't know Greek.
You think the Jews is anti-Semitic. That like term, the Jews, is anti-Semitic.
What I'm saying,
which means that they're like an outside group, right?
It's
like,
just an outside group. Now, what we find is in the book of Matthew and in the book of John, a lot of times where the phrase "the Jews" show up, it's specifically to paint the Jews in a bad light.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, John is actually like
super
uniquely bad when it comes to its distaste of the Jews.
Yeah, I think John is the worst.
wait until Martin Luther got on the scene. That motherfucker was crazy.
Shit.
I mean, historically Christians have been famously anti-Semitic. That's kind of like one of the whole shticks. There's a whole trope called the blood libel, which was put forward by Christians because they thought that Jews were killing Christian babies and using their blood to make matzah.
And in his book, Martin Luther wrote a book called On Jews and Their Lies, and he made recommendations on what to do with the Jewish people. And he literally said that their synagogues should be burnt down and all of their property should be revoked by the government.
Some things I say sound anti-Semitic, like they did earlier, like how a true Jew has faith, and that to some.
You said it. Why would you say it again?
well, because I don't think it's anti-Semitic. I'm saying it with love.
Okay,
like,
well, so if you want to know if something is anti-black or racist, you should ask a black person. If you want to know if something is anti-Semitic, you should ask a Jewish person.
Yeah, so Jack, what you're doing is the equivalent of what happened during the 2020 election, I believe it was, where Biden said, what was it, like you're not black unless you vote for me or some nonsense like that, or like I'm the first black president or some nonsense like that.
There was no shot Biden said the second one, but he did say the first one. That would be crazy if he said the second one.
Hold on. There was a saying of that nature.
Weird like that.
Yeah. So, but the point of it is, you don't get to talk about what is a true person in a minority group. Unless you're hold on, Jack. You don't get to talk about who is a true person of a minority group unless you're part of the fucking minority group. You're not a Jew. You do not get to decide who is a true Jew.
I'm grafted in. I think I am a Jew.
You're not
grafted in.
You're not.
And I'm able to.
You're not grafted in. You're not Jewish.
Well, I am, and I am able.
How was your bar mitzvah?
Yeah, tell me about your bar mitzvah.
Did you have a bris?
What's that? Anyway, I've been
I'll tell you about mine. It was at a rock climbing gym.
Yo.
Yeah, I was really into rock climbing as a kid.
Based? I mean, I don't know. I don't rock climb.
The original Christians were truly Jews. Yes, there were more Gentiles early in Christianity because of them, because of those early Jews who had faith in their God, our God, my God, and I want to encourage you to have faith. Too.
Why? There's no reason to have faith.
Because faith gives all us Messianic prophecy.
Jack, pay attention. Stop falling apart on us. Okay, let's recap the conversation so far. Scientifically speaking, you have no justification for your God. Your God does nothing in terms of science. Number two, your book tells lies. It says things that are untrue. Number three, Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even close to a single messianic prophecy. So faith is meaningless to me. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Are your listeners?
Sorry, Justin, I have to interrupt just 1 sec. We just hit 100K likes on TikTok.
Shit,
so
big W.
The people get what the people want, I guess.
I can't imagine they could agree with that. I did try to give scientific evidence. It is scientific.
It wasn't scientific evidence.
And I'm not. I'm not able to deliver the historic proof with enough oomph. I cannot, and yet it is the proof on Christ.
It's not proof.
The historic, yeah, it is.
It's not.
It's okay.
It's delusional. Is what it is.
You were saying liars. You're saying there was no scientific evidence, and there was lying.
Do you think that rock badgers chew cud?
Rock badgers? I don't know.
Because the Bible says that rock badgers chew cud. Do you think that the earth is flat?
Rabbits chew cud.
Both.
Yeah,
rock badgers.
It says both.
Both, yeah.
I was like, Ian, they eat their own shit again. Give God a technicality. That was in the video I was trying to share with you.
Rock badgers don't.
Why should I give God a technicality? He's God. The fuck? Why can't he just say true things, like things that are obviously true?
Isn't that like chewing your cud? Isn't that like the same thing?
No, it's not. That's not what the word means.
All right, Jack. Let me ask you this: what's grosser, eating your vomit or eating your own shit?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't want to answer. I don't want to think about it.
Clearly one is grosser.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that there's a dome over the earth?
Like the atmosphere, like the ozone layer.
No, the firmament.
Like
do you think the earth is flat? Is the question.
No.
Do you think that there's a hard crystalline dome encompassing the globe?
Crystalline dome.
Because that's the way the Bible describes it.
Crystalline?
Says, yeah, it's hard like a cast metal mirror, and it looks like sapphire stone.
It's very hard to get through, in a sense. You burn the heck up. Maybe you turn red hot like a, I don't know.
Sapphire?
More of a ruby, huh? Well, I guess blue flame. Yeah, blue for hot, sapphire.
Do you think it's hard like a cast metal mirror?
Famously redstone.
Huh?
So do you think it's hard like a cast metal mirror?
No, I don't think the atmosphere is hard like that, no.
Yeah, right. Because the Bible has no idea what's up there. It makes lots of claims about what's up there, and it has no idea what's up there. It's also in the book of Job. It's also in Isaiah, and it's in Ezekiel chapter 1 and chapter 10.
Talking about the hard metal mirror or something.
That's
very interesting.
Yeah, the firmament. It's a hard structure, and everybody in the ancient world believed that it was up there. Everybody did, which is why the Bible talks about it like it's up there, but it's not up there.
You've heard of the glass ceiling expression. Maybe it was an expression referring to how heaven is like
Nope.
it's like almost impassable to get to.
Nah.
You know?
Well, good thing Hillary Clinton broke that glass ceiling.
Oh yeah, she did. All right. Well, listen, Jack, I think we've kind of reached the end of our conversation, and we've got a lot of people waiting to get in. But we appreciate you coming up. Definitely come back and talk to us again.
Yeah, maybe. I really hope you think about those two things: the historic proof again and the scientific.
I've spent my entire life thinking about them, which is why I'm an atheist.
I wonder on it a bit. Yeah, humbly. I love you three. Thanks for.
No, you don't. Don't say that. That's not true.
Oh, it is. It is.
I don't know you. You can't love me. I don't know you.
Oh, in an altruist, just in a brotherly love sort of sense, I suppose. I hope.
Did you just assume Ian's gender?
You're canceled, by the way. You're canceled. Hillary Clinton canceled this man.
Well, I want the best for you and me, and God love you.
All right, have a good one, Jack.
Bye.
Take care, Jack. We have a lot of super chats to get through, and then we should bring up.
Yeah.
Is Sean the same one as
Bob?
Bob?
Yeah. Well, the B is next to the N. I think he typed it wrong.
Oh, okay. Yes. So then we should bring up Sean next. But we
I
have a bunch of
agree.
super chats to get through.
All right, let's get some super chats in here. Unashamed Apostate, good to hear from you this morning. Says, religion is a scourge on the planet. Keep doing Doug's work. Well, thank you so much, Unashamed. We appreciate that. And I think we, mostly agree with that statement. At least I do. And Adele, good to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, because my God doesn't have silly stories like splitting the moon in half. Well, could you imagine calling the splitting of the moon a silly story, and then you believe in a guy that walked on water, talking donkeys and snakes? Not silly at all, though. Not silly. And Mike, thank you so much for the additional super chat. Mike says, every bit of evidence for gospel authorship is less compelling than it was revealed to me in a dream. Not great. Actually, that's a good point. The authorship of the gospels is so uncompelling that you could literally just say God revealed it to me, and I think that's an equally weighted argument.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's a really good point.
And Daniel again says, all hail Rakdos,
Super curly today.
Lord of Rias. Do you guys know who Rakdos is?
Rakdos.
Rakdos?
It's Rakdos.
I don't know who it is.
Rakdos, Lord of Riot. It's a Magic the Gathering thing.
Oh, shit.
Fucking, I thought I was hanging out with nerds, with fellow dorks, fellow geeks.
You're a different level
Dweebs
of nerd.
after my own ken.
Some of us went
No,
out
not
and
even
touched
close,
grass as
unfortunately.
kids. Fend, good to see you this morning. Thank you for the
It was
$5
too
super
hot.
chat. To be fair, I've seen bumpers melt off of cars in Phoenix. It is hot over there. Fenn says, invoking the fallacy is tantamount to saying just because I argued poorly doesn't mean I'm wrong. Actually, I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. Thank you for being here, Fenn, and thank you for supporting. I think I saw Fenn earlier drop JMO dropped a galaxy in the chat. Big W, JMO. I appreciate that. But guys, thanks so much for being here. We just got a couple more super chats to get through. Dr. Joe's in the house. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. Good to hear from you. Says to Jack, please know that there is nothing peaceful about the trauma I treat daily that was created due to high control religion, not for clients, clinicians, or communities. This is actually a really good point because Dr. Joe is literally on the front line of people that have been hurt by religion. And to say things like Jesus is bringing peace to the world, I think is just easily contradicted by the evidence that therapists are seeing literally every day. We really appreciate you, Dr. Joe. And Amir, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Jack said, I'll deliver martyrdom. Not threatening. Well, JC doesn't want you to get the punishment, but if you make me. Actually, you can't say that JC didn't want people to get punished, because if you don't believe in Jesus, you go to hell, you get punished, and you're not having a good time down there. So it's like, yeah, maybe like theoretically you think he's bringing peace, I don't know, in a hypothetical way, but in the end, he's torturing people.
Ah, yes. Hypothetical peace. That's the best kind.
I know. I'm going to hypothetically pay my taxes this year and see what happens. Eris, thank you for the super chat. Says, how does he explain the Christian African groups that have used their faith to unalive others, including Christians, in the name of God in Africa? Yeah, that's kind of the point that we were making with the Inquisitions and whatnot. Like, it's weird. The only argument you can give to this is kind of where he went, which is, well, there's no, it's no true Scotsman argument. A true Christian wouldn't do that. Well, you don't really get to decide who a true Christian is, right? And if Jesus was in charge of the church, I would expect that the church proper wouldn't be doing horrific shit for the first 1,500 years of its existence. But Rock Hard for Doug, thank you for the super chat, says, Jack regarding the Big Bang, surprisingly small yet massive, also regarding how he felt at his date last night, flaccid for JC. Surprisingly small and flaccid is not what you want to hear on a date. Guys, thank you so much for being here and supporting the channel and for participating with likes and shares and super chats. We really love and appreciate you guys. We're going to get our next guest in here. Sean's been waiting to get in. Let's hope that his technology is working. How you doing, Sean?
I'm doing pretty well.
Nice
we
working.
can hear you perfectly. Lovely.
Oh, yeah. And your audio is like really good, too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your conversation. I think it should be shared as in a bigger audience. Growing up Catholic, I think it was a challenge for me ever since I was a kid that I always questioned the existence of everything. And then when I became a Tai Chi instructor and studied the Tao Te Ching and a bunch of other things, and then I became a forensic psychologist. Then I was really in a quandary because even though I believe that there's a creator of the universe, I don't believe it in an anthropomorphic way as explicated, like either in the Bible, where you have this like human qualities cast upon some God in the sky. I think of it more as something or some being that's impersonal created the universe, and it has a beginning and an end.
So you're a deist?
And I don't think so. I really am in a big question mark because I believe we have a beginning and an end, and whether or not our essence that makes up our personality or if spirit or whatever you want to call it continues to exist really becomes irrelevant because we don't have any proof that it existed before or it's going to exist afterwards,
right
after we die.
Right. Yep.
So I've got a book called The God Myth, which kind of the thesis is centered around the idea of believing is more the magic in terms of cognitive neuroscience.
Yep, I'm sure.
Than something
Sean,
that really
so what we're looking
exists.
for here is a kind of an argument that would lead us to conclude that your God is real. So what would be the argument for that?
My argument that they're the universal creator is that I'm getting an extreme echo here.
I don't hear it.
My argument would be that it seems on the balance of probabilities that it's more likely true than not that something intelligent created the universe.
Why?
Now, I don't know what that is, but that would be applying the scientific method of all the evidence that says something wasn't.
But why would we conclude that there is an intelligent creator?
By the intelligent design that's explicated in the scientific literature.
I don't think there is intelligent design in the literature. Go ahead, Blitz. Sorry.
What probability analysis are you doing? Like, how are you computing probabilities for these various things?
Well, the probability is based on the aggregate of the cumulative evidence for and against.
So can you
the
give me an example
hypothesis.
of like can you give me an example like what's your prior that you're starting with, for example?
Well, the hypothesis that there is creative, intelligent design in the universe.
Sorry, my question is, what's your prior? What's your prior probability with like absent evidence? What's your prior probability that you're assigning to the truth of the hypothesis?
Oh, you mean like my
Your
hypothesis?
Bayesian prior.
Yeah, I'm saying that the hypothesis. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with like Bayesian probability?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you what your Bayesian prior is for the God hypothesis. Are you assuming that it's a 50-50 shot? Like what's your initial probability absent evidence?
Well, I wouldn't call it God. I would never refer to what I'm talking about as God.
Creator. It's just a shorthand.
Okay, all right. Yeah, my prior is that there's 51%. It's more than that. I would say that clear and convincing. So around 75% more likely true than not that
I mean,
there
what's
is a
your prior?
creator.
Absent evidence, what's your prior probability that you're assigning?
51%.
So why are you assigning? Why do you think that without any knowledge about the world around us, why are you assigning more probability to the existence of a God than otherwise?
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing you. 50%. I thought you were talking about balance of probabilities.
Okay. Sorry, my audio might be kind of low. So, okay, now what pieces of evidence are you using to increase the probability?
Well, we have tangible proof, or at least from the hard sciences, that the entire universe is so expansive and so intelligent that it really, the absence of an intelligence wouldn't create the same outcome.
So I was asking for like a specific piece of data or a specific piece of evidence that you can use to update your Bayesian probabilities with.
Okay, the sun, myself, I'm existing.
So on the creator hypothesis,
yes,
compared with the null hypothesis, the no creator hypothesis,
yes,
why is the sun more expected under the creator hypothesis?
Oh, let's just take me, for example.
Yeah, why are you more expected under the creator hypothesis than otherwise?
Because I can do things that are unexplainable otherwise. In other words,
what does that have to do with the creator?
Well, because I believe that there was a creative intelligence that
now you're adding properties to it.
Yeah, that's exactly true.
So that means that your prior should be lower.
Maybe so.
Well, I mean, so generally, the way that we assign probabilities is that the largest category is going to have the highest probability, and then as you narrow down that category, the probability gets smaller and smaller. It's at least strictly less than or equal to. It can't be greater. So by assigning more properties, like the creative property to this creator, or
right,
like the perhaps the caring property, or perhaps the desires human-like things property, or whatever properties that you might want to assign, your prior should be getting lower. And if you want to compare bare naturalism, which is presumably what you're doing here, to bare design, then you can't assign properties to this God being. Otherwise, you have to compare like with like. You would have to compare things like, you know, perhaps a multiverse naturalism, or perhaps a teleological naturalism with some sort of life-desiring creator being. So you can't compare apples to oranges here, and you have to make sure that your priors are adjusted appropriately.
Well, I mean, I believe that a thing exists if it's alive. I'm alive. I exist. And there's things that have been created in me that didn't come from my mother and my father. That has nothing to do, that's not assigning properties. That's a given reality of observation and scientific fact.
So what I meant was that if in order to go from the hypothesis that there is a creator to it will create things, or it is likely to create things that, you know, have creative properties, or, you know, are new or intelligent or whatever, that's assigning a property to the creator, that it is likely to do those things. So the moment you assign that property to the creator, your prior should go way down, because that is a very, very small subset of the possible creators that could have been. For example, there could have been a creator, if such a thing is possible, there could have been a creator that only cared about black holes, just made a universe filled with black holes. But that's not the creator that you're proposing here, because that wouldn't explain the observations. Rather, the creator that you're talking about is a creator that prefers intelligent beings that are capable of making novel decisions. And
that wasn't
very,
what
very
I
small
said.
subset.
That wasn't the observation that I gave you.
So
I gave you a real-time observation.
I understand that.
Right. Now you're
my
talking
point is-
about a red herring.
My
Because
point is that
if you contemplate,
on
let
the
me
neutral
finish. If you
creator-
contemplate a creator that is no thing and all things, that falls outside of what you're trying to frame in within a humanistic, with a human level box that you created.
So look, the point is in order to evaluate, so the way that we do Bayesian updating is you have some hypothesis, and that hypothesis needs to make predictions. And when that prediction comes true, then you update your probabilities, so to increase the probability if that prediction comes true. The problem is the propertyless or the neutral creator with no extra assigned properties doesn't make any predictions about the way the world would be. So if you're trying to use the neutral creator with no assigned properties, then you can't point to any fact about the world and say, that was expected given a neutral creator. The only way you can get a hypothesis out is to first stipulate properties of the creator that would then allow you to predict the way the world would be.
Yeah, but that's not my argument. My argument isn't based on predictions and working my way back from an observed phenomenon.
That's not what I'm saying your argument is. My point is if you're going to make a Bayesian case, if you're going
I'm
to
not
update
making a Bayesian case.
then why did you bring up probabilities at all? That's what a Bayesian case is.
I was okay. My argument is that at least the creator that I believe in is no thing and all things, form and non-form, as I've experienced through Tai Chi, through being a Tai Chi instructor, through music. And those are things that I experience at a personal level from an impersonal energy, which I cannot describe, nor can I prove that it exists. I can only...
I think your audio cut out. Oh, wait, did my audio cut out?
No. It was him.
Oh, sorry.
And Justin, I think.
My microphone was muted. That's the problem.
Why does that mute Sean?
No, I muted Sean. I was trying to talk to him, and I thought he was talking over me. I had a question about. I had a question about what he was saying, and I was like, "Why won't you let me ask the question?" Sorry, it's my fault. All right, Sean. I think we got everything worked out here. I wanted to ask you a question about what you're saying, though. You said that your God is nothing and everything.
Right.
Okay. Do you recognize that nothing and everything are contradictions?
Well, you didn't understand what I said. That was a two-part word. No thing.
Right. Yeah. Nothing means nothing, and something would be the difference there. So is your God nothing and something?
I said no thing and all things.
Yeah. And no thing is not a single thing. So you can't be not a single thing and then also be all things. It's a contradiction.
Well, that's a human conceptualization. That isn't what I'm talking about.
We defined what those words mean. Why?
Okay.
So do you have a different definition? Do you have a different definition of those words?
Yes, an existential.
Why would we accept your definition of the word when we already have a definition of the word?
Well, because words have two meanings.
Words have lots of meanings.
Yes.
Nothing doesn't have two meanings. Nothing clearly has a single meaning. It means no things. Nothing.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. If I say God is no thing, that means they're not a person, a place, or a thing, or a being that we can ascribe human attributes to.
Well, that's not what that word
I mean
means.
by no thing.
All you have
But-
to say
but
is
you-
all you have to say is God is not human. That's different than saying God
no,
is nothing.
that isn't, because that doesn't represent.
Do you
the
recognize that there are
existential
things that
literature.
are not human?
What do you mean?
Do you recognize that things exist
They're
that are not
non-human
human?
things.
Sure.
Okay, so then saying that something is no thing is not the equivalent of saying that something is not human. Saying something that is no thing is describing the non-existence of something. This basic
That's
definition.
your definition.
No, that's what the
your
word. That's what the
definition.
word means.
That's not not
Yes.
in existential literature. It doesn't.
That's exactly what it
Every
means.
literature has an operational definition. So if you read my book or if you read my articles,
No
that are
one's reading
published-
your book or your article.
I know.
No
but-
free
okay.
cloud.
Nobody-
No
Let's talk
free
about the
cloud.
Nobody's reading your
The
book or
literature.
your literature. And
Exactly. Okay, what
as it turns
about-
out, the English literature on existentialism doesn't reframe the idea of no thing. It uses words the same way we're using words.
Right. But the operational definition of no thing in the extant literature that I'm referring to, specifically in Taoism, that the Tao is no thing, meaning that
No,
it's
the
not
Tao
a
isn't,
thing.
the
No
Tao isn't
human
God.
thing.
The Tao is just like everything, right? So why?
Well, that doesn't translate into a human conceptualization of God. So,
but then you just don't think that the universe has a mind, or so?
I
you-
didn't
like, you
say
just
it
don't
was
believe
a
in, like,
mind. I
but it's
didn't
not
say
God.
it was a mind. I didn't ascribe. That's why I'm trying to communicate.
So
I think we're
yeah, but
talking
it's not
past
God.
each other.
Is a rock no thing?
No, a rock is something.
So
It's
then
an
you,
object.
Then you don't have a definition of no thing. Your definition, when I say is a rock no thing, you say no, it's not no thing. But the definition you gave me is that no thing is just something that exists without human attributes.
Okay, I'll try to explain it to you this way. In Taoism and Tai Chi, for example, there's a concept called Wu Qi, which is the primordial state of union before the separation of opposites. That means before the creation of the universe, there was no thing. But there was something.
Okay, you
There
can't
was
have no
both.
thing and something. Those are contradictions.
But that's in your world, but that's not the world. That's not my belief. You're welcome to believe.
So you believe
whatever you want.
You believe contradictions are allowed to exist?
I'm not talking about a contradiction.
Do you believe that
I know
contradictions are
that-
allowed to exist, Sean?
What do you mean a contradiction?
Do you believe that contradictions can exist? If I said that the thing I'm holding in my hand, this bookmark, it exists and it doesn't exist, is that a true statement?
Well, let's talk about quantum entanglement.
It's a yes or no
It's
question,
theoretically
Sean.
impossible.
Sean,
It's my
This is
9/11.
like
Sean,
this is like Dr. Blitz's D-Day.
I know this is a bad day for Blitz.
No,
We've got
D-Day was good.
anti-Semitism. We've got horrible physics. It's just a yes or no answer. The thing I'm holding in my hand, does it exist and
Right.
also not exist?
Correct. It does
Wrong.
both.
No, because it exists. If it didn't,
No, only in
if
your
it-
mind.
If it
because
didn't,
you
if it
create
didn't
your own
exi-
reality.
If it didn't
the
exist,
idea that it exists.
if it didn't exist, then I wouldn't be holding it right now. That's the definition of not existence. So it does exist because I'm holding it. Even if you believe it only exists in my mind, it still exists. So I'm demonstrating to you that contradictions, logical contradictions, aren't feasible. You can't not exist and exist at the same time.
What's your point?
My point is, you keep defining contradictions that you think exist, and contradictions don't exist.
Well, I'll just give you a concrete example. There's form and there's formlessness. Those are conceptually contradictory, but in reality, they exist, at least at a quantum level and the level of Tai Chi. Where
All right, Sean, how much do you know about quantum? Because we had got a physicist on the panel above you. My feeling is this is not going to go well for you if you go into a quantum woo.
And you'll make a grown man cry, and you don't want that.
Wait, before you like just psychically damage Blitz's brain, can you tell us what like a Hilbert space is?
How did we shift from
How did we
ideas
shift from quantum mechanics to the Hilbert
The
space?
Hilbert space. Yeah.
I wonder.
So this is for everybody watching. There are roughly two fundamental objects, two fundamental features of quantum mechanics. There are Hilbert spaces, which is where the quantum states live, and then there's evolution equations, which is the Schrodinger equation. If Hilbert spaces are indispensable in quantum mechanics, you can't talk about quantum mechanics without Hilbert spaces.
I didn't mention quantum mechanics. I was trying to help describe form and formlessness existing at the same time, which is piggybacked one of the hosts' argument that there's contradictions in the universe that are irreconcilable.
I feel like I'm getting
Which
gaslit
contradictions
to
in the
shit.
universe?
Yeah.
Well, if I say there's form and formlessness, things and no things, your proposition is that that's an irreconcilable contradiction.
There's no such thing as having form and not having form. You either have a form or you don't.
That's like saying there's no such thing as the principle of love that has no form, like the ideas of Jesus.
Love isn't a
in
form.
principle. My thoughts,
It's an
my principles,
It's an abstract
my
concept that we
don't have a
made up.
form. No, my idea
listen.
of love.
Okay, we agree with you there. Your
doesn't have a
thoughts don't
form.
have any form. We 100% agree with you there.
Right, exactly. That's formless.
No, your thoughts don't have any forms. Ours do.
Now you're being an infantile. You're not even talking at the same
Wait,
level.
and is that a form?
You
Is an infantile? Is the infantile form a form that exists?
I'm sorry you can't have an intelligent conversation without resorting to insults, but
The infantile form, does it exist?
but the question is whether or not thoughts have form, and that goes to my point of proving
They do.
There is formlessness in
Nope.
the universe,
Thoughts are formed. They're material. They're in your brain.
according to you.
According to science.
What about a principle? What about a principle?
A principle
The
is something
principle of
that
love. That doesn't have a form.
It's not a principle. It's something we describe.
Not true according to Aristotle.
Well, Aristotle's wrong.
Aristotle's 2,000 years out of date.
Not according to me.
Well, you're
Love
wrong
is a
too.
principle.
You're 2,000 years out of date.
A principle of being has been established contemporaneously in the extant literature.
No one
You can't
cares.
deny that. Is
Ian,
a principle
you're familiar
of
with the
being
literature, right?
an idea?
Well, he's just doing
is
like Taoism, right? Like he
formless
just doesn't
until
believe in God.
somebody
That's the
thinks of
problem. He
it,
doesn't believe in
talks
God.
about it and
Right.
conceptualizes it.
So what he's saying is that it's a lot less deep than Taoists want you to believe. In fact, I think it's actually quite shallow. It's literally just saying that all the categories that exist, these are just categories that our mind drew distinctions into. Problem is, this has nothing to do with God.
Sounds like nominalism.
Yeah.
It sounds
basically.
like you
Basically,
guys
actually,
are
yeah.
lost.
It sounds
in
like
your own...
it sounds like Sean can't actually defend a rational reason
I
to believe in a
did.
God.
I defended it,
And
but
what
you
you've
can't
done is
track.
you've listed all kinds of contradictions that don't exist. You misunderstand science.
Well, in your mind, they don't exist.
And then you get upset that you can't find
I'm not
agreement.
upset.
That you can't find agreement with people that are thinking rationally.
I'm not upset. I'm not trying to find agreement.
Do you burn?
I didn't come on here to get.
Do you burn
agreement from
sage
you.
when your apartment gets cold?
I don't live in an apartment.
Well, do you burn
Are
sage
you
to
currently
get rid
wearing
of bad
sandals?
spirits?
Do you burn sage at your
No.
monastery?
No.
I just had like
it's
somebody in the comments
amazing how willfully ignorant you all are.
It's
Somebody in the
amazing
comments
how
asked if you're currently
completely
wearing
inept you
sandals.
are. Yeah, we
And
want to know.
what?
We want to know if you're wearing sandals.
I'm not inept at my job or being a musician, so find another
Yeah.
insult.
Yeah,
currently
we
wearing
don't know
sandals?
about your job.
Yeah.
What is your job?
Oh.
I'm a forensic psychologist.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Who do you work for?
Oh, wow. Huh?
Who do you work
I
for?
have
We
my
don't have
own
to dox
company.
You work for your
We
own
don't have to
company, so you're
dox
self-employed. Okay.
That's right.
Did you work for
Based.
another organization before you started your own company?
I'm I've always worked for myself.
So you've never actually had professional training?
Yes, I have 2 master's degrees and a bachelor's degree, and I'm finishing my PhD next year.
Oh, shit, what's your PhD in?
Oh, on what?
Clinical psychology.
Where from?
Saybrook University.
Wait, so hold on, I'm confused. Are you doing like experimental research, that kind of thing?
No, my dissertation is on the assessment of parental alienation.
Sorry, you cut out. On
my
what?
dissertation is on the assessment of parental alienation.
Parental alienation?
Yeah.
Okay. But you presumably you're doing like statistical modeling, right?
I'm not at that point within my dissertation.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
I know it's a struggle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just think you just don't believe in God, right? Like God's just not a thing that you believe in.
Well, I believe in a creator, but I don't know how to quantify it because I think it's unquantifiable or indescribable. I mean, if you look at okay, let's we go back to Genesis. In the Hebrew transliteration, God restored himself to his ineffable self. What does that mean?
That's not in
his
there.
Ineffable self.
What
does that mean?
Where in Genesis is that?
That's not in Genesis at all.
Well, if you read, let's say, Faberday Dolivet's Hebraic tongue restored, and you look at the transliteration,
it doesn't need to be restored
side by side.
That's not what transliteration means, by the way. You're misusing that word.
Okay, so the transliteration of the passage that I'm referring to is on the 7th day, the Lord, the being of being, Yahweh, Elohim, or whatever you want to call it.
The being of beings.
Whatever you
Chicago?
want to call it. I don't care. You could call it. It's in the English translation, it's Lord God, all caps Lord. So that's a compounded 2 words, Yud He Vav He, compounded with Elohim in the plural. And it says restored himself to an ineffable self. So I've always taken
it doesn't
that to
say
mean,
that in the text. Give me the verse. You're lying on the book.
Okay.
But you don't even believe in this book,
all right.
Right?
Well, whatever. The point wasn't to argue.
Find me the verse
the
you're lying.
Translation.
Whatever.
I'm not going to argue the Bible. All I'm arguing is my conceptualization is that I don't know who God is.
How many years is your PhD program?
I believe there's a creator. I don't know how to describe him to you.
How many years is your PhD program?
How many years is it?
Yeah.
Well, it's done when you're done.
Right, but what's the layout for your program? Is it a 5-year program?
Well, it's basically 120 credits. So it could be done in his 5 years because there's a pre-doc internship and dissertation, which is the clinical component, plus a practicum, which I've already done, and then there all the coursework. But I've already passed comps and courseworks, and I run 2 businesses full time. So I've been going basically part-time, half-time since 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good luck with that. It's a struggle, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we got to move on to our next guest.
All right.
But, we
good conversation. Take care, folks.
Have a good one, Sean.
Cheers.
Good luck with your PhD.
So I've been looking up Saybrook University. It looks like it's just an online school. I've got mixed emotions on whether or not it's a real school or more of a diploma mill. There seems to be conflicting opinions.
It says it's accredited.
It says it's accredited. I'm trying to figure out who they're accredited by.
Wikipedia says it's accredited by the WASC Senior Colleges and University Commission. It's classified as an exclusively graduate institution with programs that are research, doctoral, humanities, social science dominant. It looks like it's a real place.
It looks like a real place, yeah. I just weird that it's an online-only school. Typically, the online-only schools, I feel, are a little bit sus, but it is 2025.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Saybrook's MA in counseling is accredited by the Council for Accreditation of Counseling and Related Educational Programs. However, the remainder of its clinical mental health programs are not accredited by any major national accrediting body or major professional organizations accrediting bodies like the American Psychological Association.
Yep, there it is.
Which does not accredit distance learning programs. This can cause problems with licensure or employment in certain. But it seems like from
which is why he's self-employed.
Well, but it does seem like it's at least standard practice for a PhD. It might not be accredited, but like, requiring 120 hours and, taking like roughly 5 years or so, that's pretty normal.
Right. So I've seen this with diploma mills before where they'll say like, listen, we're an accredited school. And then you look at their accreditation and it's for like their history program. Like their first program they ever had is accredited. And then their other programs like engineering or theology or whatever, none of those programs are actually accredited. But they tout that it's an accredited school, even though the program that they want you to sign up for is not accredited. I'm getting that vibe. You know what I mean? Which explains why.
Blitz, you should go. Blitz, you should go become a professor at a credit mill.
All right.
Yeah, they probably pay well.
I apologize.
We have super chats to get through, and then we have Adam to bring up.
That's right. All right. Minuteman, thank you so much for the super chat. Minuteman says, Darius Towns chastised me for making fun of his multicolored jacket on TikTok. Does this make me one of his followers now? Praise Doug. It does actually, Minuteman. You're on the radar. You're on the radar. I posted the whole thing of Darius Towns and Ian on YouTube. The whole thing's up there now.
Why would he even do that?
It's crazy. And
bro,
Mike,
what a yo, listen, if that's real, then maybe I do believe in miracles. What the fuck?
The whole Darius Towns fallout has been wild. He's been losing his mind. He's making videos about everybody that was there. He's making videos about me, you, Sarah. He's crashing out hard.
I didn't even know he was making videos about me.
Yeah. He's posted a couple of videos about you. Like we're all on his hit list now that he's been exposed.
That's crazy. I would love to debate him about whether or not God's real.
Oh, yeah.
He seems like someone who wouldn't do very good at it.
I don't think it's going to pan out for him. But Mike, thank you for the super chat. It says, a thing exists if it's alive, not the new, I think you mean cognito or cogito. Is cogito?
No,
yeah.
Is that a word?
Yeah. It refers to the argument that
I think therefore I am.
Descartes makes.
Oh.
Yeah. I think therefore I am. Yeah.
I apologize.
Cogito ergo sum is
Okay.
the Latin. Get with it, nerd.
Oh wait, the full quote actually goes harder. I think the full quote is something like, I doubt, therefore I think therefore I am. And I think it's a shame that they cut the first half because I think it goes pretty hard.
I like that. But he says, not the new cogito we needed, but the one we deserve right now. P.S. Thanks for all the laughs and hail, Doug. Well, thank you so much, Mike. Last guess was a crazy mix of quantum woo. Wild. And Raphael, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero, hail Satan. And he says, hail Doug, 666, the true creator of the universe, Justin, the true prophet, Big W, the rock of ages, a firm foundation. And Dr. Joe, again, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Sean, I was hoping Dr. Joe was still around so she can comment on this, by the way. But Dr. Joe says, let me get it. Sean claims clinical psychologist. By the way, a real clinical with us in the house with a real PhD. Says their academic emphasis is research. He either forgot his research courses or made an unfulfilled claim. My evidence, he was unable to speak research with Dr. Blitz. I agree, actually. Yeah, big W on that. It's one of those things where, like, when people say they're getting an advanced degree, I want to believe them, but I've heard so many people get fake degrees that the other side of me is like, well, maybe they fucking didn't. And Rockhard Doug, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I studied ninja under Master Splinter and decided to just get stoned. Big W, Doug. Big W.
It turns out actually they don't go over this in the show, but Master Splinter is as such named because he has a master's degree in carpentry.
Oh shit. I am the cheese. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He says, question is, how can we demonstrate that God is possible? These non-nominal amorphous God arguments are sophistic. If your God can't be disproven, then why discuss? That's actually a good point. They do the same thing too. They'll kind of run to, well, you can't prove or disprove God. Well, if that's the case, why believe in it, right? Like if I said you can't prove or disprove the unicorn in my basement, then why would you choose to believe it when it's something unprovable? It seems like they want to believe the thing because it makes them feel good inside, you know? Daniel, again with a super chat, says, is this Teos Ken Ham? I think he kind of was the Ken Ham of Taoism, if I would put a label on it.
Taoism.
Holy fuck. I can't pronounce words. Dr. Joe again, though, says, dude originally claimed doctor.
We know Garbagamon.
I will never live this down.
Nope. Never. It's never going to happen.
I'm getting glasses, guys.
The day you die.
I'm calling the optometrist.
Don't blame this on glasses.
I need an out, okay?
This isn't a glasses issue.
Dr. Joe says, dude originally claimed doctor, then reduced it to 2 masters. Now he's a PhD student. In our ethics, it's not adherent to over-represent credentials. I agree. So if you say you have a PhD and then you have to reduce it to 2 masters, I find that to be a weird thing to have to do. But also on the flip side of that, why would you get 2 master's degrees? It seems like an odd thing to do unless you like changed fields.
It's a thing. It's less surprising than you might think. Yeah, that's usually why.
But he said he's always been a self-employed forensic psychologist. Didn't he say that?
That's true.
I wonder what forensic psychologist means there.
I don't know.
Like he's not like a therapist. So I wonder what work he's doing.
He's thinking about what he's doing is he's trying to analyze the behavior of serial killers, like in the well-renowned documentary series Psych.
Okay.
Oh, I suppose one of my exes, she got like a master's in social work, and then she was able to become a therapist. So maybe. I actually don't know. Well, I also don't know what a forensic psychologist is. So
right.
Is it like literally like a law, like you work with the like law enforcement?
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
It's like where
sure.
You do like personality analysis to try to figure out where the serial killer will strike next.
Right.
Oh, I guess I think that's I don't like to dismiss entire fields without data, but that sounds like the exact type of field that wouldn't have data for it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Dr. Joe's chiming in on Saybrook. She says Saybrook is legit within its genre, but woo. So it's kind of a woo institution. They teach
Mixed
woo.
bag. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering. Someone's having a fire. I see smoke passing by my house. It's so nice today.
Oh, it's the Pope.
Someone's doing barbecue. Yeah, we got a new Pope. We got it, guys.
Yo, it's the Israelites in Numbers 31.
Shit, now I want some barbecue.
Oh no.
Solenia, thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. Big W. And Solenia says, don't harden your hearts, fellas. This goes to you 3 and everyone watching. Love y'all. I don't know what you mean harden our hearts towards. We are very much open to any evidence presented.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know how it's like hardening our, like, okay. Maybe there's like a case to be made that you're hardening your heart if you like just bring people on and like harangue them about the problem of evil. You just like take them on like a railroad track.
Yeah, Ian.
But at the point in time, wait, no, because at the point in time when you say like, okay, well, what's your evidence? I feel like you can't say that that's like hardening your heart, right?
Right.
My heart is rock solid for fucking
chips,
whatever is Doug
Pringles. Well, here we go. Garba Gaiman in the house. Thank you for the super chat.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Garba Gaiman says, thanks for the shout out. We're chilling. we love you, Garbage Man. I will never recover from this. All right, let's get.
No, never.
All right.
Never.
It's well deserved.
And that was like our first live, I think.
I earned it. I made a huge blunder. But so we've got Adam with us. Adam was saying in the chat that Adam is the final boss of ops for us. So, I mean, we might be converted by the end of the conversation.
Yeah, I wonder if it's I wonder if there's like a mass that's still open.
Yeah, there's probably a late night mass we can catch tonight. Adam, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you, Adam.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well.
Likewise.
So Adam,
Yeah, so
are you a believer in a particular god or a generic god?
yeah, no, I'm a believer in Islam, but I'm not here to like kind of like debate Islam or like anything like that, because I feel like when you get into the kind of religious views, it starts to get a bit political. I'm just more interested kind of
Political.
like on your view
You
on,
mean you don't want
like-
to defend the hard parts about your religion, about like pedophilia, splitting
We can-
the moon, where sperm comes
yeah,
from?
like there's of course there's a lot of things that
I'd avoid all those
about
things too, but go ahead and give us your best
Yeah,
argument.
exactly. So I think it's better to get to that later, because there's a lot of back and forth, and there can be a lot of like debate on what's said and what's interpreted or what's been seen, things like that. I can't really prove that. So I'm more interested kind of like on your guys' positions and like what you exactly believe more about like the origin of the universe, or like if there's something beyond it and why, kind of.
We think it's an open question, but we think that it's like the data is compatible with a lot of different options. So we might think that like the universe has always existed, but of course we're just going to go where the data goes.
Okay, got it. So like nothing really specific at this current moment. Like you guys don't really have a.
I don't know. I mean, I lean
like-
towards like the universe always existing.
Yeah, I'm like 60-40 or 70-30 on the universe always existing, but like, you know, new evidence
Okay,
could come out that
so like, is it kind of like the cyclic or oscillating universe model? Like where
Could be.
any one of those.
Okay, cool. So like,
I'm not committed to a particular model.
interesting. So what would you say like when somebody says that the universe would have started from God creating it? Then like if there's like that 70-30, there's a
What's
30%
the evidence for that?
opening. No, it's not necessarily the evidence. I just want to see like what's the counterclaim towards that, because
Well,
in
the
terms
No, he
counterclaim
didn't.
is-
The
what's
counterclaim
the
is no, he
evidence?
didn't.
yeah. So like against the cyclic like universe model, so like the universe goes through infinite cycles, right, of like expansion and contraction and things. So the problem with that, I think, is that like the most widely accepted version of this idea is like the bounce models, where it still runs into the roadblock where like the theorem applies to any universe that on average has been expanding over time, even if it cycles.
Are you referring to the BGV theorem?
Yeah, exactly.
The BGV theorem doesn't apply to a bounce model.
So what exactly does it apply to?
It applies to universes that are on average increasing in size. A bounce, like a
Yeah,
bouncing,
I said
like
I
a
said
collapse,
universe on
a
average-
collapse. Like if you have a collapse and crunch, the universe is not on average increasing in size. On average, it would have zero expansion, which means BGV doesn't apply to it.
Okay, so it can be past eternal, right?
It can be, yes.
But how can it be past eternal? Because if it has bounce,
BGV doesn't apply to it.
so BVG doesn't bounce, like it hasn't bounced.
The BGV model only applies for universes that are always expanding, or at least on average expanding. But if the universe is bouncing, then it's not on average expanding.
Interesting. So like you're claiming that it doesn't rule out bouncing models. So I guess
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
this is
so
like well established. By the way, the
theory-
BGV theorem, like I think it was like a year or two ago, that a major hole was found in the BGV theorem. So I wouldn't even trust it that much.
Okay, interesting. So okay,
Look at Dr. Blitz suppressing the truth and unrighteousness.
Yeah, thank
That's
you for
me.
that. Look, I'll need to look into that. My argument was gonna go towards like how like entropy would have been going on in the universe if it's been bouncing forever. So we would have been like in total heat death right now if that was the case.
Why?
Well, because if it's bouncing back and forth forever in like a thermodynamic perspective, each cycle would have generated entropy. And so if it had
Only if
bounced
the
forever-
only if the entropy continues to increase during the recollapse, which
So
is not which
that's-
is not clear at all.
Exactly. So the fact that we still have usable energy, it suggests that we're in one of the earlier cycles if that has happened.
No. The struggle that you're going to have is you're going to have to show that the entropy actually continues to increase during the recollapse. So the universe expands. Supposing we're in a cyclic model, universe expands, then recollapses. The question is what is the entropy doing during the recollapsing phase? And it's not clear at all that the entropy continues to increase.
Okay, interesting. So, okay, I'll need to look into that further then, because I had a general view. I'll need to look at those that misconception in the BVG theorem if it did get disproven. So
Yeah, the paper it came out 2 years ago.
Yeah,
it came
yeah.
out 2 years ago. It's by Lesnevsky. I'll just copy and paste it into the chat.
Thank you. Yeah. And also that's why I like to get into these type of calls, because I do have like a general overview, but I know your guys' lives are dedicated to this, so it's always nice to get like a view from someone who does know everything. It helps me to get like a more substantial view on it. So
That's us. We know everything. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Probably. So okay, then how about more on like a moral point of view then? I know that like Ian, you like to argue a lot about the octopus and stuff like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Don't
I
do
do,
hentai.
yeah.
Yeah.
What?
So,
Jesus.
I'm sorry, I don't know the
No,
argument. I
listen.
just heard octopus.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Yeah. So if you want to,
why would God make hentai? No, I'm kidding.
yeah.
Why would so why wouldn't, from your perspective, why wouldn't God take away the suffering from this octopus in its final moments?
Okay, so in terms of all suffering or just the octopus, like this one?
I think so. All I really think is necessary, because there's some types of suffering that are good. So I like to pick an example of a suffering that couldn't possibly be justified,
Exactly.
because it's literally just a question of whether or not the octopus suffers horrifically.
Right. It's a good question, but like if we think about it, like if God consistently stepped in to remove pain in like these individual cases right before the suffering hits, it means that the universe is not like governed by these stable laws anymore, like the laws of nature, like you guys like to talk about. So it's
Well,
governed
if you
by
believe in the Quran, then you super don't believe that it's
right,
always
right.
governed this way.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. In the Quran, like these are specific miracle moments that are contributed towards certain prophets. We don't have a prophet walking around right now who's next to an octopus to claim that this happened. So I guess like selective divine intervention, that's what the world would be like governed by if it wasn't by these consistent laws. So pain would no longer serve the biological function, because I know you said that suffering can sometimes be useful. So I know you've already heard this view a million times about how like pain is like a very important biological function, and we need it so that if there's no fear of pain, then there's no fear of anything, and if there's no fear of anything, life can't continue to you know what I mean.
Yeah. So I mean, I like kind of I get the argument. I like follow the logic. So you're giving like a nomological theodicy, but I still think that I guess I'm just not persuaded that this is like per se true. I don't know why it wouldn't be better for God to remove the suffering from animals when they're in like these like just unsalvageable situations. That to me seems like the unambiguous better world. So I guess that's just kind of where that's my disconnect. Like, what's the good that outweighs the suffering of like literal like billions of animals?
Yeah, I mean
that comes from like the nomological model.
Right, and fair point. I mean, like, it feels like God should intervene in like the hopeless moments, but if he did do that and he stepped in to remove pain from every dying animal, he'd be overriding the system he built. So if pain isn't like a design flaw, it's a key part of how the natural world functions. So animals learn, survive, and adapt through like the experience of pain. And if God removes that suffering every time it becomes like unsalvageable, then why not remove it earlier or like preempt it entirely?
Well, so
yeah.
Well, so the reason why he shouldn't do it earlier is because it's salvageable earlier. I'm saying that he should remove the pain when it's unsalvageable. That is like the example for the viewers who are confused. If we had an octopus that was trapped in like a whale's stomach, like it's going to get digested. God could just intervene and like, intervene in its neurons so that its neurons don't get affected. So such that it doesn't have to experience like the horrors of like getting dissolved in stomach acid. So I think God should intervene when it's unsalvageable, but not when it's not unsalvageable.
Okay, it's a good point, but at the same time, like it's at such a small scale and it's so concise, so that like it seems harmless now on a small scale. Like if God did that every time pain was about to hit, then eventually would ask, why didn't he do that for the gazelle or the rat or the human? So
true.
Yeah, true. Great questions.
Exactly. So
true.
Like the criteria wouldn't seem like arbitrary. A world where like natural laws has to either function consistently or be consistent.
It doesn't have to be. It can be arbitrary. That's not an issue, because I mean, in fact, God could do it in a way that no one would even know it's happening, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Like
God,
in theory that's possible, but at the same time, like if you think about it now, it's becoming so like specific. I'm not God, so I can't tell you exactly what's the reasoning behind, but I can give you the most logical explanation. That let's say it's like, if that would mean maybe all the animals around you'd have to blind, or for example, if something's suffering, animals can communicate. We know this, we're just not exactly sure what their language is. So imagine if that octopus's baby is watching, for example, or something along those lines, and
inside the stomach of the whale, to be clear.
Who knows? That's my point. I don't know how they communicate. So
yeah, you don't know. They're also there. Yeah, God should take away their suffering as well.
No, yeah, but at the same time, like, what if it can't hear? It's like, for example, if that animal, like, if its kid were to hear its parent like going through such such suffering in those last few moments where it may seem negligible, but it's not, that baby will like fear that whale for the rest of its life. Whereas if
So
it didn't hear its parent going through anything, it might not know if its parent is dead in there because they don't have the same processing functions as us. They might not have that ability to process like humans can. That now it's in the stomach, it's dead. It might think that it abandoned it into a new home into the stomach. So I know this is where it starts to become very like if and where.
well, wait, no, but the ifs and the ands are fine, right? Because I have another if for you, which is that God could literally take away the brain signals, but keep in like the movements and like the cries. So there would just be like no suffering behind it. Like the octopus wouldn't actually experience suffering because God is giving it this act of mercy. But still, like all the like signs and signals that the octopus gives out of distress could still be there.
Right, but now it's no longer the world. I mean, now the world's just a moral illusion. It looks horrifying, but it's not. And then that raises two issues, which like the first one is like it undermines our moral instincts. If suffering isn't real, then why should we care when we see it? And then that kind of
suffering would still be real. It would only be
no,
the
it wouldn't,
ultimate
because
unsalvageable
you're not
suffering
actually
that wouldn't be
feeling
real.
anything. It's just all fake. You're a puppet.
No, it would only be the unsalvageable suffering that isn't real.
But that's still suffering in that
There
is
would
what's
still be suffering otherwise.
like listen, if you suffer and you get away from it, then that's just how it is. Like whether there's God or not, you suffered and you got away from it. You know what I mean? Like if someone bit a chunk out of your leg and you didn't die, then that was a salvageable suffering. So it's fine. That was fine to happen, right? But then if it's in any time that suffering is going to happen unsalvageable, then that means that suffering there's no point of it. And then it cheapens freedom.
Exactly, precisely, yeah.
Exactly. If nature is faking pain signals, then biology itself would become deceptive. Like creatures wouldn't learn to avoid danger because predators wouldn't evolve to kill quickly. They wouldn't have to kill quickly at all. They would just make a gazelle have no legs, no head, nothing, or like just with a head and no legs or nothing, and like.
Wait, let's
be clear,
because
evolution doesn't favor predators killing quickly. That's not a real thing.
Yeah, it does. That's a very
no. They're literally like
every single
tigers will literally just eat things while they're still alive. Bears will do the same.
Well, it's one of the most known facts that tigers, especially, and most big cats, do go for the neck, as well as majority of the ones.
The only reason why it's evolutionarily favorable to kill quickly is how then they stop running.
Evolutionary favorable, and now you said
no. In the cases where it is, it's only to prevent them from running. But for those predators that don't have to worry about their prey running away, they don't kill quickly. Like hyenas don't do this. Hyenas will just like take bites out of you while you're still alive, no problem, because they'll surround you and you can't run away anyway.
Well, wait, so actually, I want to be clear, right? Do we acknowledge that there's no higher good to an octopus getting digested if its pain were taken away as opposed to if it weren't?
That there's
no higher good for the octopus in the whale's stomach to feel that suffering.
Well, like the point isn't if it's good or bad. The point is if it's beneficial to the environment and to the case of.
Is there a higher good to it?
A higher good towards the octopus suffering in the stomach?
Oh, well, yeah, just in general, like because in virtue of the fact that the octopus experiences the suffering as opposed to doesn't experience the suffering, is there a higher good that arises from the suffering itself?
I understand. Yeah, so like not every instance of suffering needs to result in like a personal higher good for the creature involved, like the octopus, but it can still serve like systemic higher good. No.
So
I know.
So Adam, I just want to pause real quick. Ian's asking you kind of a specific question, and I know you want to like get ahead of the argument and answer questions he didn't actually ask, but for the sake of the argument, it'd be helpful for everyone if you could just answer Ian's question, not the one you wanted Ian to ask.
Yeah,
but I don't think I fully understand it. What do you mean by higher good exactly?
So, would you describe that as like an unnecessary evil? Like, would there be any goods that were lost if God took away this octopus's suffering in these like final moments while it's getting digested?
Well, like that's where my whole argument comes in. Is I don't believe that there's a way that can happen that can like it wouldn't result in a negative effect towards like a systemic world.
Right.
And also there's
which goods would be lost?
So like first of all, like by higher good I mean the preservation of a world where like pain has consistent biological and evolutionary function, right? So even in the octopus's final moments, suppressing it would create an exception that weakens the integrity of that system.
The question again is which good would be lost?
Right, the integrity of the system. That's
wait, and how so? Wait, why couldn't it just be built into the system that in these specific circumstances,
but you said
its brain will not process the pain?
There we go. So if God started selectively removing pain once the outcome was inevitable, it introduces a new rule into the environment, which is pain functions up until an arbitrary point. But then that blurs out the boundary of what
not an arbitrary point. It happens when it's unsalvageable, but not at any point prior to that. When the pain has a function, when the pain motivates you to take some action that you can meaningfully take, then that's totally fine. You still feel that pain. It's only when you're like fucked. Like you can't do anything. Like these are your last like 30 seconds and it's agony.
Exactly, but then that starts to blur the boundary of what counts as inevitable, because what counts as suffering...
Does God know what's going to happen in the end?
Of course.
Yeah, so then God knows what's inevitable.
Look, the whole point of religion as well is that there are natural rules. We have free will.
Adam, are you suggesting that God couldn't do it?
No, not at all.
Okay, so then if God could do it, then running away to a naturalistic explanation is ridiculous, because if God could do it and then he didn't do it, then you're proving Ian's argument for him.
Look, I know you're a smart guy, so like if you could just let me break it down for a second.
Well, I think
guys are all
the problem you're having, Adam, is that like you're trying to address points that aren't being made. Like Ian's making a really concise case, and you keep running from the actual argument being had. We would love for you to speak, but what we want you to do is stay within the conversation already being had.
But see, to answer the question, I was trying to bring a point from outside and try and like correlate it to answer the question. So that's why it would have just taken me like 15, 20 seconds. But now I kind of lost my train of thought that I was on. But the point I was going to was that higher good, I guess we started to go away from it, but you still want me to answer that higher good point. So what you're asking is like, is it good that the octopus is suffering? Like,
well, just like specifically, which world would be preferable? World 1, where the octopus has to experience getting dissolved, it's like, flesh burning apart, its organs falling out of it, or world 2, where it doesn't have to experience this, but it still does like all the physical reactions. It's just like animated by God for the last 30 seconds. Which world is better?
Okay, and in the second world, what would we be living with the same laws in both worlds, like the same natural laws?
We could say that there's like a law, or I mean, do you believe that God does selective acts of mercy?
Honestly, like I couldn't tell you that. Though those are where like selective acts of mercy, like he would cure someone or
does prayer do anything?
Prayer? I mean, like yeah. Could. I don't have proof of that.
Oh, cool. Wait, so then if it's totally chill for God to do like selective acts, then God can just select to do all of these acts.
Well, technically, yeah, but honestly, I can't prove that God is answering specific prayers about this. And second of all, if all else...
But the question wasn't whether you can prove it. He's just asking you a question about your worldview. And your worldview, does God answer prayer? And I think the answer is yes, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. So the proof is irrelevant. We're talking about your worldview. Okay. So in your worldview, God does have selected acts of mercy, which means this could be one of those selected acts of mercy. It's not outside of the bounds of God.
But my one clarification for that is the way that I believe in it is God won't provide like miracles or prayers in an unnatural way. So it won't come in a way that
octopi don't pray. That's not what he's talking about.
There's a huge problem. There's a huge problem with that, right? You can't. There are no miracles. God can't interact with the world at all. If you think that he doesn't do it, if he needs to do it in like a way that's in line with the laws of physics. God can't intervene at all. Right? Like you can't like cure a kid's cancer miraculously without violating things like the law of conservation of energy or conservation of momentum.
I don't believe that it happens miraculously. I believe that, let's say you pray for some kid's like cancer to cure, I believe that God could send the doctor that way, like his way to work.
Send via what mechanism does God send the doctor?
No, just in the sense that okay, maybe he would have like God will just like his thought process would lead him towards that, or for example, something along those lines. Now,
does God alter anything about the world?
It's still within the natural governing ways of the world.
Does God alter anything about the world?
Alter anything about? I mean, like I believe he created everything.
No, but to cure a kid's cancer by like sending the doctor, does this involve God altering anything about the world, or was the doctor always going to cure?
He could alter something about the world, but nothing natural. Like all natural laws would stay consistent, and there would be nothing altered that wouldn't be within the bounds. So removing
which thing does he alter?
Removing the doctor's entire nervous system and brain stems that correlate to pain, that would be considered going against natural.
Wait, but what does he alter about the doctor? I'm confused.
I'm not God, so I couldn't like that's asking something so specific, which we both know that I can't exactly provide, but it's that logical connection in which God is doing something for someone, which I'm not exactly sure, but doesn't abolish the natural laws. So, and it's also it's something that we said is like a higher good and it's beneficial for all sides, and it's not something so outrageous in which you remove someone's entire nervous system. It's something in such a case where it's just a redirection. There's
Well,
nothing.
yeah, wait. So maybe God could just redirect all of the pain neurons elsewhere. If God can do a redirection and that's not a violation of the laws of nature, then God can just redirect the pain neurons of the octopus, no violation of the laws of nature.
But redirecting all neurons is a violation of the laws of nature. I mean, laws of nature.
Oh, and redirecting the doctor would be a violation of the laws of nature.
No, but the doctor, let's say, was walking a certain way, and so happened a thought came into his head. A thought wouldn't be going.
How did that thought come into his head?
God put a thought into his head. Now,
Thoughts are neurons, so God would be activating neurons in his head.
Okay, then maybe it's not a thought. Honestly, I couldn't tell you specifically, but you guys understand my end point. Like, I would need maybe like a few minutes to come up with a valid argument.
No, I get you. The problem is, and there's like a huge literature based on this, is that I actually like the theodicy that you run for this. I think that this is a better theodicy than most in terms of the problem of animal suffering, that God values the natural laws. I think that that's like one of the answers to the problem of animal suffering that people should run. The problem is that it just bars you off from things like miracles. It bars you off from like every major religion. It bars you off from God having any interaction with the world at all. It bars you off from all of this. And then also, I guess I just don't think that it's like an outweighing good. Like, I'm not sure what the outweighing good actually is.
Beyond that, God could have made a world with natural laws such that this was the biological inevitability, that the neurons shut off moments before death. God could have made that part of the natural laws.
Yeah, but that's what I tried to address earlier, is that if that was one of the natural laws. Now, I want to answer Ian's question as well, but I know we'll go back and forth Blitz, but like I said earlier, just like a overall point, and you can come at me after for it. But if that was one of the natural laws, then it would take away the ending of life. That's where I said it becomes kind of arbitrary. But Ian, on your kind of point, it's kind of simple on the surface, because like something like just rerouting pain signals still is an intervention. But if God is actively stepping in at specific moments to rewire biology on like a creature basis, it's still like a supernatural interference. You know what I mean? So even if it's like kind of undetectable, this issue whether it can happen, it's whether like a system like governed by stable, like self-regulating natural laws should be consistently tweaked like that. And once you say God should reroute pain here, the question becomes, why do not do it everywhere? Like for every octopus, every gazelle, every mouse caught by a cat. So now God's unfair. And if God's system, and that like undermines the very consistency of nature, we no longer live in a world.
Wait, but what would be so? And I guess I'm confused, right? I'll take the bait. Even though I do recognize that this is an expansion, I'll expand it out. What's the problem if every time there was pain that wasn't going to affect the outside world in any way, where it's just a question, it is literally just a question of you suffer or you don't suffer, and besides that, the world is completely identical. I mean, why wouldn't God take away the pain from these creatures in these like final moments when the pain is irrelevant to their survival? They're going to die anyway. Why not? Like, that just seems like an objectively better world.
Yeah, it's a fair question. And if you could guarantee that the pain like truly had zero systemic impact on paper, then yeah, maybe. But in reality, that guarantee doesn't actually happen. You know.
But what would be the good that was lost? Because the good that's gained is like truly an incomprehensible amount of suffering. Not basic suffering, not small suffering, huge, gargantuan, massive suffering, like billions, if not trillions of instances of this suffering gone. That's the good that's gained from this. What's the good that's lost from this system?
Yeah, I mean, like if there's like, are we talking now like there is some sort of impact? Because before it was like in a situation where the world has no other impact. But if there was some sort of
wait, so there's no other impact.
There could be. I mean, like no behavior.
But so specifically only when it would only activate when there is no other impact.
But that's my point, is there will always be some sort of impact unless God.
So what's the impact of the octopus getting dissolved?
Yeah,
what
like
impact does that have?
Feedback, evolutionary consequences, relational.
It's not going to survive and reproduce.
Evolutionary effects. Yeah.
It's fucked. It's going to get dissolved. It doesn't survive and reproduce.
I mean, like, look, the thing is, you're like, if that octopus was already getting fucked, my point is that it's still a natural law. Even if it's going to happen or not going to happen, God is still going against his laws. So if in this specific case, maybe.
Why can't this be baked into the law? Why can't the law literally just be when it's unsalvageable and it's not going to affect anything about the outside world, God will take the suffering away?
And that's the law?
Yeah.
Why didn't God make it that in like the first place?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Okay,
Who cares? The question is
if
why
that's
couldn't
the
that
law,
be the
then
law?
God always removes suffering when it won't affect the outside world. Then you've built a universe where suffering is only sometimes real and other times just like quietly erased. And then that,
What's the problem?
So I think the line he's drawing is that there's a line between unnecessary and necessary suffering. Some necessary suffering should exist, but the unnecessary suffering shouldn't exist. That's what this is all about.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you know what? Unnecessary suffering, of course, like I'm not saying that unnecessary suffering should exist. I'm saying that there could be a logical reason for it to exist and not, because for unnecessary suffering to exist
Can you give us the
it's-
reason?
That's what I was just arguing the whole time, was that like
Well,
pain isn't
no. We're asking for the argument for the unnecessary suffering. Why should unnecessary suffering exist?
Well, that's the whole point, is that unnecessary suffering is a very thin line. We can't exactly distinguish that. And if God can...
Well, okay, well, maybe we'll just ask a better question. Do you believe that there is unnecessary suffering in the world?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would the world be better if there wasn't?
Would the world be better if there wasn't unnecessary suffering?
Yeah.
And
well,
by
yeah,
the way,
technically, of course, yeah.
Okay, wait. So, then I can argue to a contradiction from this. Would you agree that God's all good, all powerful, all knowing?
Well, yeah, of course.
And would you say that God is good maximizing?
Yeah. Well,
so do we live in
Islam, that's not one of his qualities. He's merciful, he's justiful, and he is all knowing. But good maxing isn't given in.
So maybe I'll put it like this: do you agree that an all good being does the most good thing that it knows to do and is able to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then God always does the most good thing because he knows everything and he can do anything.
But that's where another contradiction comes in, because if God did that, then there'd be no free will. The reason, like, if there was no, for example, no one would kill each other, no one would rob, no one would do anything. God
you say that those are necessary for free will, that this is necessary suffering for free will.
Right. I mean, well, yeah, like if there's no unnecessary...
To be clear, what is meant by unnecessary suffering is that there is no reason why you would want it to exist. There's no reason why God would want it to exist.
Yeah.
Do you believe that exists?
The unnecessary suffering?
Just that it doesn't lead to like a higher good, basically.
So to say like a certain suffering has no reason to exist, you'd have to know all the possible outcomes.
Well, God
just
knows.
Immediate physical
right?
ones. What?
God knows what the outcomes are.
God knows,
right?
but we don't. So by sight, but like, and if we are to witness something along those lines, and not something so theoretical like you guys were to say, but like psychological, social, generational, and even spiritual, like types of sufferings, and that's a level of knowledge.
Wait, did you say an octopus getting digested in stomach acid is hypothetical?
No, I'm saying that like the hypothetical situation in which you eliminate every single scenario, and it's perfectly at the last second when he's about to suffer, and you remove everything. That's very hypothetical.
Wait, okay, but so do you agree that God does the maximally good thing to stay on track?
Like I said, not necessarily.
Oh wait, so if God's being all good means that he always does the most good thing that he knows how to do and is able to do, then he would always do the most good thing because he knows what it is and is able to do it.
But like I said,
wait, which step of that do you reject?
That God is always doing the right thing. Look, if God knows something will be the good thing to do, but
is God all good?
Not necessarily. Like if you can find in the Quran a quote that says God is all good, then maybe I'll back that claim up. But there just isn't.
So your God is partly bad?
Not necessarily. It doesn't say he's bad either.
Okay. So if he doesn't have any badness, then that means he's all good.
No, you can be neutral, no?
No.
Well, so if you don't believe in an all good God, then of course like the problem of evil just doesn't apply.
The problem of evil, well, why not?
Because the problem of evil functions on God being all good, right? Like problem evil, if your God is like a sick fuck sometimes, then like it's totally fine, right? Like you're it's not inconsistent.
Yeah,
but
I
problem
didn't
of evil doesn't apply.
I said it's a neutral view, but like if he is all good, like you guys are saying, I mean, I can try back that point up. The greatest good doesn't mean the most comfort or the least suffering at every moment. It means the most meaningful, like long-range good across all creation and history, accounting for free will, growth, love, justice, and all those other things.
Sure. But so the problem is,
or force perfect outcomes, we wouldn't be living in a world of real moral freedom.
Nobody's
the problem
asking God
is
to take away free will or anything like that. That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, these are necessary sufferings. Like we would just say that suffering is necessary, or you could say that suffering is necessary. The problem is that if God's all good, and we agree that an all good being always does the most good thing that it's able to do and knows to do. And God knows everything, then God would know the most good thing and be able to do the most good thing. And because God's all good, he would do the most good thing. the most good thing is going to be maximally good, just by definition, which means that God is going to be a good maximizing agent, which means that we should live in a good maximized world, which means that there should be no better world, but you acknowledge that the world with no unnecessary suffering is a better world, which means that there would be a contradiction.
Right, but this is the mistake, is that you're assuming that you know the definition of most good. So you're assuming that right now we're not in a world that's most good, but how could you know that? So if I can just finish the statement quickly, and then you can like rebuke me. I'm willing to listen to everything, but it could be that like the most good world is one where beings have real freedom, where love, courage, empathy, redemption, and like all mean something. But those things can only exist in a world where risk, struggle, and like suffering are possible. So could God create a world with no suffering? Sure, but would that world also include genuine free will and like moral character and like sacrificial love?
Is there
Probably not.
suffering in heaven?
Is there suffering in heaven? No.
Is there free will in heaven?
Probably.
Well, so he could do it then.
Because also it's stated though that all of the desires, because natural laws don't apply in heaven. That's just
cool. So God could just create the preferred world where there's suffering, no suffering, and free will.
But then there's no point of life. Like that's the whole argument.
Well, but you're just chilling in heaven. You get to just hang out in heaven.
Yeah, that's the point. In heaven, you just get to hang out. There's no natural laws. Where you're on earth, there's natural laws that govern free will, and that can create.
So there's no laws in heaven, meaning you can be omnipresent.
Yeah.
Shit, you're omnipresent when you go to heaven? That's crazy.
You could be. I mean,
so that means when you go to heaven, you'll spend the rest of eternity soaking inside of Allah?
Inside of a what?
Allah.
Allah? Inside of Allah?
Well, yeah, if you're omnipresent, then you're everywhere, which means you're inside of Allah.
I mean, I guess you could ask for that. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I guess you could ask for that. Okay. I mean, I haven't been to heaven, so I don't know exactly if there's rules there, but I'm assuming that.
By the way, if you want to know the rules regarding soaking, look up Rule 34 soaking. There are 34 of them.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Crazy.
It's just it's a specific term, theological term used to refer to.
Oh my! What the fuck is that? What did you? Holy shit!
You agreed to it. It's already done.
Whoever okay. Blitz, you are a freaky guy.
Well, anyways.
Wait, you're watching porn? That's
Holy
disgusting.
Shit.
You're looking at porn?
He's going to hell.
Don't worry.
That's disgusting. That's terrible.
What a pervert.
I searched up definition. Don't worry, guys. But that is disgusting. Okay. Yeah, I saw through that one. But
Allah has access to your browser history.
I'm cooked, guys. I'm not gonna lie. That's not a good one. No, but genuinely, like I just wanted to like get your guys' like viewpoint on this. Blitz, like honestly, that view you gave me on the argument of what's his name, GVB or
BGV. Board Guth Valentin.
Yeah, I'll look into that. Thank you for giving me that. And Ian, I just wanted to crack your head on like the octopus case, how you guys look at it. But genuinely, you guys are all three really smart. I see you guys have studied a lot about this. Blitz, you know your physics. Ian, I guess you got the moral compass, and Justin, you have that view on the religious books and things like that. But honestly, all three of you guys are smart. I think that because it's kind of like a logical like fallacy, or kind of it is illogical when you look at it from certain point of views where we're governed by laws here, that God could exist. I feel that if you guys like just try to look at it more from a point of view where if there are certain things we can't kind of comprehend right now, even though it might be illogical to believe in it, if you just weigh out like just weigh out the factor that even if there's like a 1% chance that all of these things were to come into pattern together and like just naturally, or sorry, if there's a 99% chance that this all happened like naturally in your guys' point of view, and there's a 1% chance in your brain that there's a creator, why not just look into it a bit? You know what I mean? Like I know it's not going to change.
We've looked into it. I mean, so the problem is that we've already looked into it, right? Like,
exactly.
You know, like, I've read the Bible, I've read the Quran, I've looked into it.
Right, but where does the logic lie in like completely like now like all of your lives start with like God doesn't exist. So where does the logic lie in like completely denying the existence of a higher being with all these gaps in our understanding? Like,
sure. So
that's the nature of quantum reality, dimensions. We can't even.
Oh no!
It's 9/11 again.
It's like this is Blitz's 9/11. This is 10 times worse than 9/11.
It's a horror show for Blitz today.
But actually, Blitz, I did have like one question. If you guys don't mind me asking really quickly, about those things. Now I'm not as versed as you.
Okay, but I might cry.
I know you have a PhD. I know you're amazing and all these things. I'm nowhere close, so I am admitting up front. I'm not trying to argue with your knowledge and your expertise. Don't worry. I'm not saying I know more about you. I'm just providing this argument so you can like give me some feedback. So look, the thing about like string theory, it's not proven, right? But like in string theory, what I find interesting is one of the scientific frameworks that requires extra dimensions to make the math work, right? So that opens up the possibility there's more to reality than even what we can observe. So if string theory hasn't been proven, it still gives us like a conceptual basis for considering that there's.
Did you DM me about this?
I did. So I'm just reading it to you now because you didn't answer like, my last few ones. So I think because I sent them to you at like 6 a.m. So I don't know if you saw it. So I was just kind of gonna go back on it.
Because it sounds familiar, but So essentially,
should I just skip to the last point, like where we didn't?
Roughly what you're saying is doesn't this give room at least for some sort of, you know, maybe there is something out there?
Right.
I think that that's insidious, because you could make that argument about anything. You say like, oh well, you know, maybe there's extra dimensions. Couldn't that give room for, you know, a unicorn living on Jupiter in a hidden secret dimension? Like that's just not. It's just not good reasoning. It's not good epistemology.
Right. And see, that's where the thing comes in, is I think that's why it's very hard for you guys to believe in God, because I know you guys are all really smart, and so you guys do go off of things that you can only observe, or like that are like on this like earth, or that govern physical laws. Or
I do believe in
like
Jupicorn.
Jupicorn, right? And I think Jupicorn is an interesting topic. But my point is that if there is something in another dimension, and this is where like I tried to get to Blitz, and I don't think you saw the DM because I sent it to you late. You might have gotten filled up and stuff. So string theory doesn't allow for God in like a theological sense, and that's not what I'm claiming. But the point is that God he's like inside of those extra like dimensions. It's that the fact modern physics even requires dimensions beyond our perception. It challenges the idea that reality is like fully knowable through observation alone, and that makes the idea of reality. So that makes the idea of like unicorn, Jupicorn, or whatever being outside our universe more intellectually respectable. So it doesn't make
you're misunderstanding.
I'm not if this, but it just makes it actually respectable.
No, I know, but you're misunderstanding. If string theory is true, then those extra dimensions should be empirically verifiable.
Right. But my point is, you don't even know if string theory is correct.
Well, I suspect it's not.
Exactly. So if they prove it tomorrow that it's right, and you had suspected it's not,
that'd be amazing.
Exactly, but that would mean you were wrong. So how do you know?
Stay tuned for Dr.
Blitz's doesn't exist.
Dr. Blitz's new book. I have an intuition against string theory.
Yep.
Honestly, you should publish that as well if you do, and you do have provable things.
I should publish the book. I have an intuition against string theory. Yeah, I mean, like, look. If string theory is proved true, then God is even less likely to exist, because it resolves the fine-tuning problem. It resolves the origin of the universe. It resolves questions about like quantum behaviors. Like, it resolves a lot of problems. That's why people like it. So I don't know if that's the horse you should be hooking.
Right, but I'm not saying God lives in like the 10th or 11th dimension.
No, what I'm saying is that it drastically reduces the strength of many of the arguments made.
Of course, but then my point is that the benefit that comes from that will outweigh any of those reductions that you're thinking, because it means that something that had never been proven fact was proven fact, that there's more dimensions than we could have comprehended at one point, which means that there could be another dimension outside of any of our comprehension. So like I'm saying the universe.
Oh shit, Shark is in the fucking comment. Shark, you coward fuck, debate me.
Yeah, come
on to tiny URL right this second and debate me, Shark. Stop running. You've been running for months.
Ian, I have a heart out.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, I was supposed to be gone by 2, but Adam, we gotta end the stream. But here's the thing: I would just, I think you're a smart guy, and I think you're polite and kind as well. Do you know why when people get pulled into interrogation rooms, they ask them very simple leading questions and let them talk as much as possible?
No, why?
Because eventually you'll say something that will hang yourself or incriminate yourself. I would suggest when you're trying to convince somebody of your opinion, just using lots of words isn't the best way to communicate what you're saying. Like, you should just like engage in the least amount of words possible.
Why use many word when few word do trick?
Yeah,
right.
But what I will say, I feel like you did a lot better than most do, at least from my perspective.
Logically, he was good.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think, of course, like I'll let the audience decide what they think, but I don't know. I definitely thought that you were like tracked better than most. You had arguments that were more sound than most. Like, definitely on the higher end of guests.
Ian's a secret Muslim.
So
Inshallah.
I thought his critical thinking was fine, but he said so many words so fast that I think a lot of people were losing track of what was actually happening. And
all right, enough with the glazing. Get him out of here.
I think he made some fine points of just be careful on your next debate. Just talking really fast and saying lots of things is not the best way to communicate what you're saying. And I think that you're a bright young person.
Thank you. And honestly, it means a lot coming from you guys. I mean, like, I know we might have different religious beliefs, but at the end of the day, you guys are all respectable, smart men. And if God wills it, it will come your guys' path. And if not, then so be it. But either way, thank you guys for the feedback. I'll take that in consideration. Hopefully, I'll talk to you guys again. I mean, it's my first debate. I'm not as versed as you guys in all these topics. Hopefully, I will research it more.
Adam.
And hopefully, I'll come talk to you guys again.
All right.
Yeah,
have a good one,
brother.
Good to hear from you.
You too.
All right.
Have a great day.
We have some super chats to go through before we end the live.
Yes, guys, thank you so much for all the support and the likes and the shares and the supers. We got 345 new followers on TikTok, and I don't even know how many on YouTube. If you're watching and you haven't followed yet, drop us a follow. And Garba Gaiman, again, welcome to the chat. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, if God exists, all evidence points to divine hiddenness. If God is divinely hidden, then it would be really stupid of God to leave a proof in S5 modal logic or some bullshit logical argument.
Absolutely true. Proof, disproof of God by logical bullshit.
100%. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for that. And Rock Hard for Doug says, oh my word, to Damascus, I bonked my head. I'm sorry, on my way to Damascus, I bonked my head on Doug and realized that Adam hasn't evolved much from the first one. Oh, I see what you did there. I think Adam evolved a little bit from the first one. I mean, we don't know much about the original Adam, but Mike, thank you for the super chat. It says Dr. Blitz completing the suffering of Christ today. Probably more than Christ actually suffered in real life. Really
My suffering is greater. My suffering is greater than that of the coming Messiah, y'all. It's me.
Hail, Dr. Blitz. And
the
last
quantum
super
woo
chat.
in the world makes me sad.
Quantum woo is so hard to listen to. It's so painful to listen to. But Grimlock coming in with a $100 super chat. Huge W from Grimlock. We really appreciate the kindness and generosity, Grimlock. Let's get some W's in the chat from Grimlock. It says
huge W. Thank you so much.
Enormous.
Grimlock. Huge. Why would God openly practice segregation with heaven and hell, with hell being a concentration camp where he throws non-believers? You can be a decent individual while being a non-believer. I'll take morals based on empathy over a God's authority any day. We're 1,000,000% with you. The idea of hell is the most ludicrous religious doctrine I've literally ever heard of. Can you think of a crazier one?
No, I think that one probably does it, right? Like, that's just like, like it's just like definitionally unjust. If justice exists at all, then it's unjust to torture someone forever for the crime of not believing, right? Like, the punishment just infinitely doesn't fit the crime, and that's just kind of obvious too. I actually do think hell, especially like eternal conscious torment, that version of hell is completely indefensible. Right. Like there's genuinely no possible defense of it.
Yeah, amen to that. Grimlock, thank you so much for the kindness and support. And with that, guys, we've got to end our stream, but we'll be back again. Wait, what's next week? Next week's Easter.
That's as good a time as any, actually.
Oh, I'll have church that day.
Yeah,
but, after.
Unfortunately, I apologize. I don't know if I'll be able to make it for the Easter.
We might have to cancel for Easter.
Yeah. There's going to be family functions and things of that nature happening and whatnot.
I'm going to see the Sound of Music place.
Oh, hell yeah. Well,
it's where Salzburg in Austria.
On when? Where? Next
Salzburg.
Sunday?
It's a town in Austria where the Sound of Music was. It's about. I don't know if it was filmed there, but it's about a place there.
Wait, so are you in next Sunday or are you out?
I'm out next Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll replace you.
Yeah.
I wonder what
but I thought that you'll be in church.
Oh, true.
Justin might be.
I might be out.
Way, we should end the stream. We're just.
Oh, right. Yeah,
we're just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Justin? We're still live.
All right, guys. But